My mom. They not just arguing, it's laughable. Is it? I had a lot.
You're me, you're.
As if you just roll.
What's that?
Wow.
Woohoo!
One sec.
One person.
Yeah.
Well, I better start. Yeah.
Yes, you better.
What about drinks? Yeah.
Father. Team Allegiance.
Nowadays teachers were different.
That's where they play, yeah.
Or what? Different,
Yeah, that's where they play.
not in the.
So,
It was Mrs.
but he
Gazelle
does,
that did.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what he told me.
Yeah,
Like she doesn't have that anymore.
Right.
So
make sure they're in compliance with that. Yeah, NIL, all that stuff.
Never ending battle, yeah.
But, hey, what are they putting east of you, Greg?
oh yeah, everybody wants to know. You know?
All that equipment out there.
Because she has a prior commitment. so she'll
Finster
do it
Acres.
first.
You're gonna have a pumpkin patch?
Is it really?
City Haysville. 80 acres. And they're gonna do a bunch of ponds and flat bottom ditches for drainage. It's called N21 is the drainage number. And then they're gonna sell the land to a developer who will put in houses just like Country Lakes.
So it's not been plotted yet for houses,
No, but they have some.
but they're putting an
schematics.
infrastructure in.
Well, they're doing the
Don't have
drainage,
to yet.
which will be a
Just gotta do
problem.
the drainage
Similar-
part first, then you gotta go.
Similar to what, I don't know if you've been through Country Lakes,
Yeah.
but they have 3 or 4 ponds.
Did
Yeah.
you
Right.
guys
This would be 3 or 4 ponds also.
see my Facebook post today? I
But-
loved.
I
Your
got a
face.
100
I did.
PSI gas line that goes across my property, so they'll have. to offset.
Natural gas?
So they have to offset from there several feet, 7 foot, I think. And then, of course, there's everything else.
This special meeting of this Board of Education for USD 261 is now on order. And we'll call it to order. We have 2.0 capital needs. I believe that's Craig and Miss Jillian doing this.
So it'll be today, what we are going to do is BJ and Craig are going to present to the board a presentation that was presented at our community retreat detailing the capital improvements our district needs to take a look at. BJ has spent quite a bit of time evaluating this, taking some footage. He and Craig have worked on numbers, again, estimates, not anything that we've gone out and got bids, anything like that at all, but to give the board, all board, an understanding of our capital needs. And at the end, we're going to make a recommendation to the board. So at this time, I'd turn it over to BJ and Craig to share with you their presentation.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the first several slides and Craig will come up and talk at the end. So what I have here is I went school by school or building by building. Let's just put it that way. We had videos, possible capital needs, improvements. So we'll get started. The first one is gonna be Campus High School.
Hold on. Here, back here one second. Folks, if you want, so you can see this, there's more seats over here. If you want to move over so you can see the screen, you're most certainly welcome to do so. We've got plenty of room.
Try not to stand in your way.
We can ground. Doing the grass and the chairs. Bring them. Make another row.
Yeah, but I want to make sure they can see it without being kind of small.
Eric, there's another chair if you want one.
Chair.
Okay.
Oops. All right. So this is, as you can tell, Campus High School. What this will do, this will be drone footage of Campus High School, so you can kind of see the state of what's everything. This is a view that nobody usually gets to see, nobody sees it. I think we presented this in the community retreat. There's a lot of people that are like, wow, we have no idea what the roofs look like, what it's in store, what's up there. So as you can tell, and I'll tell you, this is, whoops, gosh dang, wrong button. Maybe. Let's go back here. So this part of Campus High School right here was built in 2005 in our 2005 bond. This section right here was actually built in the last bond. It's the FEMA room we have, so it's in really good shape. This building right here is what we call A building at campus. It actually used to be, this building is laid out just like it used to be. That's what this building used to be. It was gutted in the last bond. It now hosts some sped classrooms, there's a computer lab, but as you can tell, this roof is not in very good shape. And I'll tell you, this roof right here on B building, I rival that as one of the worst roofs in the district. You can see there's lots of pooling of water up here. This will, you can see there's a big puddle of water there. I can't remember when sometime I did this in July. Well, this will be C building. D building here, this roof is relatively new roof. It was redone. It had a big change order on it when they did it because it wasn't, they thought it was sinking. It was not. This is E building, so this will be like, here's all your well, the culinary class. This is all the equipment they have on top where they punched holes in these in the concrete deck for these roofs. This is a science building built in 1999. So that's a gravel roof there on that side. Here's the wrestling room, just built in the last bond, the FEMA shelter. Nothing wrong with it. Everything's great. These hallways here, built in the last bond, connected the building. This is gym 1. So this roof, I'm not sure how old this roof is. It's a gravel roof. Desperately needs looked at. All these units are very old. Right here, this is what used to be the old swimming pool area. It's now the weight room. It got re-roofed in the last bond, as well as that's the natatorium. If you look closely, you kind of see that roof actually is sloped a little bit. Here's gym 2, 1999, all original still. Over here's the shops. So this is an addition out here a little bit. All this was re-roofed in the last bond. We've had no issues with it whatsoever. When you get over here, these hallways here where this was all re-roofed, this was added in 2005 bond. This will be I building over here. It hasn't been touched, as well as the band room right here has a gravel roof. Of course, then we have the sawtooth, which I can't find anybody who has any idea when that's been actually retouched at all. This parking lot was kind of resurfaced. It had a seal coat in the last bond. We actually made it a little bit bigger too. Remember, there used to be trees out over there, but there's the band roof that leaks. And then as we come around here, sawtooth, that's the auditorium.
And that's one, BJ, you don't know when the last time.
Now, I don't know, between Frank and I, we can't find anything on when that was been touched. So.
Is it leaking?
What?
Is it
No.
leaking?
So that's campus. So some of the capital needs, campus high school needs some mechanical replacements. So I talk about all the time, and I have a sheet I'll give out here after a while, but in 2005, they connected all those buildings, put air conditioners in. I think I kept telling you guys there's like 105 rooftops there. I think it's more like 150 after I actually counted. So rooftop replacements, bathroom remodels, some of them are very old looking. Flooring in the gym hallway, I don't know if you've been up there lately, we actually took care of about half of it. Maintenance, we tried. Parking lot maintenance, that's ongoing, needs to be taken care of all the time. I'll tell you, the lighting in the west parking lot, this one I throw up there, it's actually owned by Evergy, the light poles and all that. It's a kind of a double-edged sword because getting them to come out and change them at times when they burn out is a little difficult. Replace carpet in the hallways, updated locker rooms, and tennis court resurfacing. So here's just a few pictures.
Didn't we just put that new tennis court in when we built it?
Yeah, we put those in the last bond, year warranty. We even had them recoat it a second time because it was bad, and it's because the surface is already coming up. So this is what some of the bathrooms look like at campus. This is the carpet in the hallway. This is the ceramic tile, what I was talking about. We actually tore all this up and put some walk-off carpet in. But if you look at this locker room here, I believe this could be the freshman boys locker room. They all look very similar to this. Those are original locker rooms at Campus High School. I know in the last one that was in there, it got taken up just due to other things needing taken care of. Roof replacements. So I talked about A building, B building, C building, E building, science building, gym 1, gym 2, and band rooms. So those are really the roofs that we need to look at replacing, repairing, whatever we can do. I will say on the commons, we just did a roof coating. They gave us another 10 years on that roof, but a couple leaks, it no longer leaks. Got 10-year warranty on that. Haysville High School, Tri-City Day School. Great thing about this school is it was just built. It's opened in 2017, I believe, 18. There are really no capital needs here when it comes to structure or anything like that. Just some ongoing maintenance things, parking lot, taking care of the parking lots. You know, you want to make sure your asphalt is coated every couple of years, keep it nice and dark like that. But it really has no concerns whatsoever. Not they, when we talked about this last time, neither principal there had anything they wanted to add to the list. So I'll say after we did this at community retreat, I had lots of principals reach out and, hey, we need to have this, we need to have that. They have nothing over here. They do have a small playground in the back for the younger Tri-City kids, but there's nothing in this building needs addressed at this time.
The commons area floor was just redone.
Yeah,
We had some issues with
Yep,
under warranty. It was,
yes,
Hey, BJ, before you go on to other schools,
yeah.
you talked about parking lots and roofs, but is there any additional monies that will be needed for, let's say, internal infrastructure like electrical breaker boxes, wiring, IT? Is that,
I'm
has
sure
that been investigated or do we need to?
I'm sure there'll be some IT needs that'll be, there's not here, but IT that'll be needed because they're talking about going to changing the phone system over, so there's a little bit of dollars there. We were fortunate last month, we updated electrical panels at Oakville, Rex and Nelson, I believe at the time. We added a little bit of power at the middle school, but it's all down in the FEMA shelter south end. But nothing electrical. There's not really a number in here for that type of upgrade, no, if we have electrical upgrades.
But does it need to be upgraded? Maybe.
I don't know of any right now.
Okay.
We're maxed out to the limit that we have issues. My guys haven't said anything about it, so no.
It could be case by case basis or room by room basis,
Yes.
whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ready? So like I said, opened in 2017, just parking lot maintenance is a really big one. Want to keep it in good shape so it doesn't crumble. Because that gets expensive when they start to crumble and fail. HMS capital needs. So this is facing to the east, new entrance was right there. This is the new FEMA shelter, the south end. No issues down there, that's a new roof. The two other roofs down here, a little bit older. These barrel roofs, which we were fortunate were done in the last bond. I know we had one issue in a corner in the building where it leaked, but that's been taken care of, so all this was re-roofed as well as this. We do have some issues down here with leaking on this roof, and this was done in 99 is when this section was built. And some of these units down here are in dire need of replacement. And of course, parking lot, you can see it's very light going through the traffic pattern. We really need to have that one resealed. Yeah, this was a big project here, all these barrel roofs. So on HMS capital needs, north end roof replacement, if anybody's been in the middle school, their carpet on the north end is very in terrible shape. There's bits of it coming up. We put back down with tape. It's stained unbelievable like this. But we can only do so much to carpet, clean it so much, bonded it after so long, you end up with no carpet. This is one of the rooftops on that north end. And then their tennis courts, just like Haysville West, all look like this. And then bathroom remodel. We had to do a small water line repair in one of their bathrooms over this break, so their bathrooms need remodeled as well.
So are we not putting the right surface down on these tennis courts that they're not asking for?
Well, these tennis courts here are, you say red?
Those are old, yeah.
Yeah, no, so red's on the outside, green is on the playing surface. These tennis courts here in the 05 bond. So they're,
That's not as bad as the campus one. So at campus, did we not use the right material then?
yeah, we use the right material that was spec'd out in the project.
That doesn't mean it was the right material to use just because it was spec'd out.
I mean, we went with what was spec'd out, what we were told to use. We had to do it twice. This first time parts were coming up. Now, it went about a year and a half before we had problems again, but they only warranty their product for a year. And these are much worse than what campus looks like. Hazel West capital needs. First thing I'll point out is the parking lot here. We've had to do a lot of big repairs in this parking lot. At one point, I think in the last bond, we actually had to redo the curbs that separated from the sidewalk, so that was part of the last bond, but. All these cuts in here, this parking lot has lots of big cracks in it that we've tried to address over the years. This here's gonna be your band, orchestra, FEMA area. We've had some leaks there, but I think we have most of them fixed. This is gym 1. That's 2008, and then this is the new gym 2, so that's in the last bond. This will be the cafeteria area down here, commons, this will be the art room. They have some window issues that need addressed, along with some roof repair. They don't have a lot of mechanicals, they have a boiler chiller system. That's why you don't see a lot of equipment up on the roof here.
BJ, when you say window issues, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, so like back on the science room, or art room, when it rains, it runs in through the seals. So we have some windows that need redone, I guess to say. We've tried to tackle it, and just haven't been able to get it completely sealed. Yeah, if you look at that parking lot, it's in bad shape. And this was I did these in July. So that's Hazel West. We have some window leak repair, some roof coating or repairs to them, parking lots. Here's what I was talking about. We've done a lot of crack sealing and grinding out cracks and filling them. Tennis court resurface. Then out there, football field, some bleachers for the stadium, for the visitor side. There's no bleachers on the visitor side. As well as they'd like lights for the football field out there. Right now, they have to start games at 4 o'clock. So they get them done where everybody else starts at 5 because they have lights on their fields. Freeman Elementary. So just like campus, every one of these rooftops up here were put on in the 2005 bond. I haven't seen a lot of failure out of these at this school, but we have seen some at others. Really, for the puddling we have here, we don't have any roof leaks on this exact roof. I will say Freeman does have what I rival as the worst roof in the district. We'll come around to it here in a minute. So this here is the FEMA shelter media center at Freeman. That was added in the 05 bond. And as we spin around here, you're gonna see the gym. So the gym roof, we just redid it in the last bond. No issues whatsoever. This roof right down here, this is one that I'll tell you that it rivals Campus B building. We have lots of problems with this roof. And these are all concrete deck roofs, so just because it may be leaking right here, that's not where it's coming into the school at. It's running to the lowest point, so that's probably the worst, along with Campus B building. This roof here, so this is the end of the school-based health clinics right here. I think in 2021, we had this section roof coated. It leaked, and we have not had any issues since. This is just like what we did at campus over the commons. You just extend our warranty for 10 years. course, and this is the administration building down here. And this will spin around a little bit of playground view at Freeman. Let's go the other way first. So this is the admin, what I call the admin parking lot, admin entrance. And back here is the Freeman playground. As it gets close, you can see it has some really old equipment back here in the corner. They could use some new equipment, just like every other elementary in the district. They've had 1, 2, 3 pieces added that I can think of in the last 12 years, which is more than a lot of the other schools. Back here, you got your old metal equipment all the way back here on the fence line. So another thing, Freeman's enclosed walkway, so 3 years ago, I think we filled up the B hall here at Freeman with students. So they have to walk through this walkway right here every day to go to lunch. So we'd like to enclose this, make it safe and secure, that way kids aren't walking outside. Roof replacement, parking lot repair, replace, Tony would like to have a bigger parking lot. Playground equipment, carpet in classrooms, or replace the carpet in classrooms. Don't know if I'm a big proponent of putting carpet back in, but some sort of flooring. HVAC replacement, bathroom remodels, and then you talked to Gina, the kitchen over there is probably the worst kitchen in the district. It's in a room that wasn't even designed to be a kitchen. So we get by with that, but that's another item on the list for Freeman. Nelson. Well, Nelson, a lot of these, I have different years for most of these roofs in a file I have, but I've been trying to put together a kind of a spreadsheet for you guys, and I have a campus high school kind of done, and I'll share it with you after this. So all these units here also were put on in 2005. There's some of their old playground equipment over there. To be honest, we really don't have very many leaks in Nelson, which is nice. We do have a lot of units. And then this is the FEMA shelter, so it has a relatively new roof, 2005. So for Nelson, flooring throughout the building, you can see here, this is in an entryway, a lot of crack crumble style. Some roof replacement or recoating. Playground equipment, here's some of their old playground equipment, HVAC replacement, and bathroom remodel. This is actually in a classroom over at Nelson. Strip of carpet's completely gone down the middle of the room, so this is common throughout most of our elementaries. Here's Oakville. I'll tell you the really nice thing about Oakville is it has been completely re-roofed within since 2005. These roofs here, this here was done, this roof actually is 99. This roof up here, which is on the old gym where they eat lunch, is we did it in the last fall in 2005. And then we did bits and pieces of these over the years. But all these units up here, like I said before, they're all put on in 2005, so they're all the same age.
You're not wrong.
But you can tell that roof looks really good. This is actually 99 as well. Small addition to the 4th, 5th grade hallway. You know, here they have a lot of old equipment right on here. Actually, I've had a couple of big new pieces added. This is the FEMA shelter, or this is their FEMA shelter. Also, their gym was added in 2005. It is probably one of the cleanest looking. So out at Oakville, of course, flooring throughout the building, some roof coating we could do, playground equipment, because like I said, here's some really old equipment. We actually had a playground guy out there a couple weeks ago. And he was a little amazed at some of the equipment we still had out there. This is some of the carpet in the buildings. You can see the stains in the carpet. HVAC replacement, bathroom remodel. This is kind of one of the bathrooms. I think these were done in 05. So. Rex, the nice thing about Rex Elementary is it has a brand new roof on it in the last bond. It does have, all these rooftops are the same age. I will tell you though, we had 19 of these fail last year. One of our HVAC guys went up there and replaced 19 heat exchangers. And saved us a lot of money because we were having to contract it out before then. He probably saved us $157,000. But so like you guys know, I know you're well aware this roof is all brand new except for on top of the FEMA shelter. That roof is from the 2005 bond because that's what they use as their music room right there. Of course, look at here, the parking lot needs to be seal coated. So here's another example of flooring throughout the building, couple tears in carpets, carpet missing, swing sets like that, and then HVAC replacement. And they also have drainage issues in the front. I don't know if you ever go by, the front parking lot's full of water because water's supposed to drain through the curbs and then it's like above ground, it's supposed to flow to, there's a big catch basin on the west side by the playground. It doesn't really flow there. Last year or last bond, we tried to kind of dig it up a little bit, put some pipe in the ground. Problem is pipe's not very low. It gets hit with a mower, things like that. So they do have some drainage issues around their sidewalks over there. Ruth Clark. So this is Ruth Clark's built in '99, so it still has a lot of its original roof. This is the FEMA shelter here, one of the new ones, so it's got a good roof. Most of these are all gravel roofs. We do have some leaks in the gym. That's what this roof is here. I'll tell you, I got to spend a lot of time up here because this unit quit working on the hottest week of the year. I didn't realize how soft this roof right here is. You just walk on it, and you can feel it go up and down. You see there's lots more rock roof here. And we do have some issues in this area here, on this wing, and about the same spot on another wing. They have some newer equipment, little pieces, but they also have some really old equipment too, back on the other side. This is the new FEMA shelter on the west end of the building, so it has a new roof. This one here, I'll swing around and show you this parking lot. This parking lot here, we've had a few people come out and look at it. It's all crumbled right here. We have a problem with water gathered here. Tried to fix this drainage in the last bond. Didn't quite get it fixed, but these are all patches here. Swing around. This parking lot is really past being able to be maintained. You can see there's patches there. This is all patched in. One big patch there. There's patches by the trash can. But this parking lot over here is still in decent shape. Of course, this is the bus drive, so it's concrete. And that's the last FEMA shelter, so it's got a good roof too. So Ruth Clark, like once again, flooring throughout the building, roof replacements, playground equipment, HVAC replacements. If you guys have been in Ruth Clark lately, if you walk down the hallway with cafeterias, you can kind of tell the tile separated the floor. So that's one of the bigger issues. Prairie Elementary, it's relatively in great shape. One of my thoughts, recommendations are it doesn't leak currently. this would be a good candidate to seal or put coating on these roofs to extend the warranty. Because really, I think I can think of one leak we've had over there, which is great. Really, it doesn't have a lot of needs. It needs some, it can use some more playground equipment, ADA accessible. But it does have a generator back here that's going bad, so we could replace the generator. We got a quote, it's about 26,000 to replace it. That's the gym there, roof there. I'll get a picture of the generator here real quick. It's down in the courtyard, you guys will never see it. The generator's right there, and what it does is when the power goes out, it actually powers every other light in the hallway. Kind of gives them a little bit of light, so. We've had a lot of work done to it, and it's only functioned like 20%, I believe. Parking lot here, you know, can use some seal coat. But other than that, it's in relatively great shape. We're gonna put a handicap entrance in here, opener. But it's in relatively good shape. So roof coating, playground equipment, handicap entrance, and then generator. Cold Stadium. This is one where when everybody say we just touched this, which we did. We put this turf down in the last bond. We've not touched the track since 2005. We've done some repairs to it. The lighting, 2005. I mean, all these structures here are all 2005 as well, but there's not a lot of issues here. This needs re-roofed. If you notice, it has different color shingles on it, I believe now. But the lights fill with water. We're constantly battling that. These lights will fill with water. And these lights, we don't have any equipment to get up to these either. They're that high. The stadium capital needs, new track you see here, here's a crack in it. Here's spots where parts of the track's missing. Like I said, new lighting, a lot of these fill with lights or water. They get enough water and they trip the breaker off. Scoreboard's really old. If you've been to a home game, I think home is now a different color or not as bright. The scores, everything else, we had to replace that panel. Roof replacement on concession stands and locker rooms. Here's one thing that's always talked about. There's no bathrooms on the visitor side. It was in the last bond. I can tell you, however, due to code, they wanted us to have a crazy amount of toilets, urinals in there that it was not even feasible. Transportation capital needs, great building. We've had no issues over here. Of course, metal building, metal roof. The one thing, when you talk about transportation, the one thing capital needs that we continually have a need for are these things back here. Yellow buses and they're the big buses and mini buses and even white vehicles. We're now at the point where people go so many places, we've run out of vehicles. So these are on a 25-year cycle. We take ours, we keep them for 25 years, use them every bit of that. And as you guys know, we purchased two big ones this year, and the mini's wheelchair bus was like 96,000, I believe. These were 158,000, 153, 158. They get a rebate. 25% of that will come back to us from the clean diesel grant. I will tell you, earlier this year, we went out, Maze gets rid of their buses after about 10, 12 years. So we went out and looked at them, thought, hey, it'd be a great idea to possibly purchase their buses. I will tell you, our oldest bus on the lot is in much better shape than the 13-year-old bus they have in their graveyard. So our mechanics, our people do a fantastic job of maintaining our fleet. So I know you probably can't see these. Not many needs, like I said. There's right there what I was just talking about. But over here, I've put together a spreadsheet. So in 2024, we have 172 passengers that we can no longer use anymore. Once it's 25, we can't use it. So this is just kind of the cycle. There's 37 big buses and 19 minis right now. And here this year, there's 1 year I know there's 3 big buses, a couple of years that fall off. So it's something we need to make sure we plan for. We don't afford 3 at a time. Operations, this building doesn't need much. I mean, I tell people all the time, we could use equipment more than we need anything out here. We'll tell you, we've started storing a lot more. So the guy, we kind of ran out of space, so they've hit me up lately about like a Morton building, just a metal building to store stuff in. You've been out there lately, you can't really walk through our storage areas. This roof, it's new. Gosh, I'm gonna say 2019-20. It was not part of the bond. It was a insurance claim. You guys ever want to see some cool video? One day we had such bad wind, I was standing on the roof and it was like a wave. So this roof down here though does need replaced. That's what we call the lean-to on the end of the, referred to as the boat shed, the lean-to, whatever you want to call it. But it leaks like crazy. We need to get that re-roofed. But like I said, there's some needs we'd like to have, but it's more equipment. So. WSU, Dr. John Burke Learning Center capital needs, roofing and parking lot repairs, really. I know we've had some discussion of moving some people into the building when WSU's out. That'll take a little bit of remodeling. Shouldn't take a lot the way it's set up. Of course, this was what used to be the old print shop, now ECC, this is food service, and this is back to, PAT. And then the learning center over here got a new roof in the last bond and new panels on the front. And if you notice, the back is completely redone already. Of course, you look at the parking lot, it really needs a seal coat. So other things to think of. So after I put this presentation together, I've tried my hardest to get out and look at other issues. If you look at this, concrete is starting to become a big issue. This is sunk where this is at. This is a ice melt does a lot of this here. This is a prairie. And this is just right back here. Enclose the area up at campus. I always call it the walkway between the shops and the gym. I'd love to see that enclosed, make some more useful space out of it. Lot of talk about turf baseball softball complex. I think the last 2 or 3 years we've had to have our senior night at somebody else's stadium because it's rained too much. So campus, I know we've done it at Mays before. There's been a lot of talk about baseball softball complex. We do need to do something about the floors in the bathroom down at the Hemphill building. That is the oldest building in the district. It probably has the best bones in the district, but it does need a lot of work. Like I said, concrete repairs throughout the district. This is a big one. So when I go through this, and this is my estimate, this doesn't include soil testing, doesn't include asbestos removal, it doesn't include fees from architects, construction managers, anything like this. So my rough estimate is gonna be between 35 and 45 million. And that, like I said, that's just a rough estimate of me putting a pencil and paper and asking the people who know kind of what it costs.
The other thing I would ask is when you talk to HMS, I don't know if admin would think about it, but Spark Kitchen does have some electrical problems.
Little Spark Kitchen.
Yeah, so you might want to talk to Jen about that one.
Okay, perfect.
That name.
Spark Kitchen.
Electrical problems.
It doesn't work, so it's not sparking, it's just not working.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so, obviously,
Can we ask questions about general questions about what needs done there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I got like 3 of them here.
Okay.
Why cannot both middle schools use the same field to do football games on?
Okay, so when you do football games, you have middle school football, 7th and 8th grade, you have middle school soccer, you have high school soccer, eight varsity, junior varsity, and C team this year, as well as varsity football. All out there trying to use it. They do a good job of making sure they can use it, but sometimes it's a scheduling nightmare to be able to use it.
You're talking about practice and games.
I'm just talking strictly about games.
Well, and we play at the same time, the
Yeah.
same day, both middle schools play.
Okay.
I understand that, but whoever's scheduling it can schedule it so it's not on the same.
And a lot of times they're at the mercy of the league, because I know the league also makes decisions of when you have a home game, when you don't. I know talking with Don and Brandon, they try real hard to get them. Because we also run into busing issues when they tell us we're both going somewhere else, so they try real hard to work around that. But I can tell you, since we added C team soccer this year, there's almost an event every night at the stadium.
I just hate to put that much money into that field. Now it's just being used for West and not anybody else.
HMS uses it. HMS used it on October 12th. Their last home game was over at Haysville West
Why wasn't it over here?
because there was
Soccer.
soccer over at the stadium.
I think we were supposed to play a away game at Winfield and it ended up being home.
That what it
and it
was?
Ended up being over at Hazel West because our field was being used by soccer.
BJ, I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you and I've been talking about it since the pandemic, but you know, I'm gonna go with carpet in elementaries.
Oh, yeah, that was in every single one.
Did you get on all of them? Okay.
Yep.
And Dr. Norton, I would point out, I don't know what the answer is. This gets to that point, you put committees together to figure out what the best product is. I'm not sure carpet is the best replacement.
Yeah.
I think if you're gonna look long-term, you may need some carpet areas within a classroom, but I'm not sure the whole classroom.
Has to
I'm
be
not a
carpet.
big fan of carpet in hallways either. I
Yeah.
think that it doesn't wear well. There's a lot of issues there that, but again, something's gonna have to be done. We wholeheartedly agree with that. Whether that's carpet or something different, would be a decision of the committees that you put together and boards and teachers, and you have a lot of people involved in that, parents.
So what's under that carpet that's in those? Question. I have. What-
Elementary classrooms, 9-inch tile. I don't know if you know what is under 9-inch tile, but 9-inch tiles is you put down with asbestos glue.
That's when we start running
Yeah.
into problems. But we can put like the ceramic tile they all use now. We can't put that on top of that.
Well, you're gonna have to pull the carpet out.
Well, obviously the carpet's gotta come up.
The carpet's gonna pull the tile, so but you go back with,
So the carpet's glued down to the tile.
yes.
So does that cause asbestos issues then?
Yeah, you'll have to have it
Do all
abated.
mediation and all that?
Yep, you'd have to have it abated.
Great. That, you knew that was coming.
That's super cheap.
You knew that was coming.
Why do we have a generator just at one school?
We have one at Hazel West too. I was just-
We
that
have
was before
generators
my
at two
time.
schools.
Yep. As before my time, I don't know why it was done that way. I believe at West, I think it runs the phone lines as well, I believe. But it was put in the bond.
It would make more sense to me for those generators to operate the refrigeration food service and save us money there for those stuff rather than.
And we have addressed that a little bit. We have a generator we have at the shop. We put in switchovers in every building. So the power goes out. Now we only have one generator, so if it goes out in this area, we can only save one freezer cooler, but we can pull up, plug it in, flip the switch, and they'll stay running. But that's if they're,
So do you think that generator is really necessary to have?
I don't know if it's
Make emergency
necessary to
light with
have, I don't know if
batteries.
it's necessary to have, but I don't know the bond rules and all that, because I'm pretty sure though. Anything that's put in, you have to maintain it until you pay the bond off. That's why we're limping it along. Like I said, I don't know 100% the rules on that. There's other people that can answer that, but
I don't know who to answer that. The guy in the dark back there, one can answer.
Yeah, that's a question that we can ask and find out what that looks like for that bond and just see what
I
it
mean,
looks
if
like.
it doesn't work, I mean.
oh, it still barely works. I mean, the power goes out, they'll get a little bit.
In the real world, it does not operate and function the way it
Yeah,
should.
it doesn't run 100% correct.
So
And Tom, I would point out right now, this is a very generic list. This isn't a final list. This isn't something that we're gonna say we want to do this or not do it. These are all talking points that BJ had found as we went out and asked him to look at capital needs. There's a lot of steps, obviously, if the board chooses to go that way before you were to ever get down to whittle it down to this is what we want.
Sure.
So
Am I correct that this list is prioritized?
it's necessity right now that we feel like we've got to have, and we don't have the capital funds to do it.
I understand that, but is campus high parking lot number one priority of 100? Do we have them prioritized?
No. We do not. Again, identifying problems right now.
Okay.
okay, guy in the dark, I think it's your turn.
Right. Part of that last little conversation there really leads into what we're talking about here. Our capital outlay is it's diminished at best. We have about 6.4 million available resources. We expend about $3.7 million, and of that is $1.5 million in salaries. And we have a goal to get to try to remove those salaries from our capital outlay over time so that we can free up our capital outlay money so that we can take care of problems as they come up. Instead of waiting until we get to a place where we're at right now. And $2.6 million isn't going to touch even campus. I mean, even part of their roofing. It probably wouldn't even do that. And we have bigger problems and more widespread things that we need to address on the capital outlay side. At this point, we have met with a bond manager, and we can do the improvements without raising the mill levy at this point. We've met with them and the conversation was really positive, and they stated that we were in a really good place to take a look at a bond, and we could do that without raising the mill levy. I think that's a really positive thing and a nice way to be able to make these improvements without hitting the pocketbooks of our community.
In the figure, we're not at a point where we want to talk about that yet because we're not finalized with the discussions, but is well in excess of what we have placed up there in costs. The amount that the bond manager, my belief is you don't spend money you don't need to spend. So just because you're approved for it doesn't mean you spend it all. And but there are, again, very rough estimate, high end 45 million, and we have been advised that we could go well in excess of that. We have no desire to do that, but that's what we've been told by our manager.
Now is our bond rating right now.
How's our bond rating? I gotta look at the ratings. And Jeff, you might remember what the rating was.
We dropped
We dropped just below
3 years ago.
Yeah, and we are just below what that level is, but still at a rate that is completely feasible for what we're doing.
We'd have to get you an exact rating.
Yes.
Hypothetically, numbers, we asked for $50 million bond issue. What would we be paying out of our budget, general budget, as a cost each year for, whether it be 10, 20, 30 years? Are we talking about 50,000 a year? Are we talking about 500,000 a year? I mean, we have to pay that bond back. So
Right.
What would the cost be?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look and get you an exact figure, and I'll do that for you.
Well, I just, if you had something, if you'd already.
It's actually, it will be pretty comparable to where we are now. We in the position we are now, we have some bonds that have matured and some places in there that really doesn't affect what our total budget is doing. So we really are in this really nice place where the mill levy, we're not going to increase it, and we're not going to affect our budget by doing this improvement.
One thing I would point out again is we are in the infancy of this. And obviously, we would have a bond manager come and present to the board as to projections, cost. They broke it out for us. Again, we're not at the point where we want to bring that out because this may be a point that the board doesn't want to go in this direction. If you do, then obviously, there's a lot of work to ever be done before we get to putting together what's a cost, what are we going to buy, and so forth. So again, very much in the infancy here, exploration.
And one of the terms they used was that this was an ultra conservative bond that we would be doing. This would not be pushing us into a place of being uncomfortable. We'd still be very comfortable with where we're at.
Along with evaluating the cost and the schedule of doing it, BJ, the previous construction companies, architectural firms, we also have a ratings list on them as past and present, their value, their efficiency. I mean, roof replacement, AC unit. So we don't use them again, I guess, to be blunt. But we don't use if we've had trouble with other contractors. Are we doing that work also?
Yeah, so we did that a little bit in the last bond too. And I can speak to you about that later if you want to know more about it, but
I know there's no such thing as perfect construction or anything, but I mean, shame on us if we do the same thing twice.
no, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be part of our process here. As we're saying, that we're in pretty infant stage at this moment, and we need to find out some of these pieces so that we know exactly where we sit on like those type of things, but that would be those kind of next steps in the process. So next steps would be to hire an architect and work on getting a facility study done for our district so that we can take a look and see what those areas are more specifically than, and BJ did a great job. I will tell you, his videos are amazing to be able to see all those things with the roofs and the buildings and the parking lots and the playground equipment. But a facility study will be more specific. It'll give us more of an idea of what that's going to look like in terms of a bond and how much and where we need to spend this money.
So with that, I guess my concern is obviously the facility study is needed, but are we setting ourselves up for in 20, like the buses, we have a rotating schedule we can plan for. If we say we want to knock all of this out, let's go the bond drive, that hypothetically speaking. In 20 years, we're looking at replacing all the roofs in one shot again. Like, how feasible is that plan for Haysville finances?
I think when we take a look at the roofs that we need, some of the roofs need a coating, some of the roofs need replaced, some of the roofs need nothing. So it kind of lends itself to that kind of a rotation where the ones we don't touch as much now, they may be the next ones down the road that need to be replaced. And the ones that we do replace, they hopefully will last a little bit longer. But as we all know about roofs and school districts.
Yeah, I just don't want to like do a lot of heavy hitting in one, like, but I don't know that it's even feasible to space it, you know, especially when you're talking about a bond.
Sure.
Courtney, you bring a great point too. A lot of times when we go do things, nobody thinks about what the cost is gonna be in 5 years to take care of this, or what's the upkeep of it in 10 years, and that's been I've had this conversation with Mr. Hirschman times, so let's make sure what we put in, we can afford going down the road to maintain. I mean,
Okay.
that's one of the biggest things.
Yeah.
That's what you're hearing all us facility guys. I went to conference, everyone had the same thing, you know. We do all these things, but someone's gotta make sure we have the money to take care of it in 5, 10 years.
But also point out, when you look at everything that BJ and Craig have presented, there is not a building up there that we're looking at building a building. It is not a lot.
He's asked for storage.
I did ask for storage.
Call it a shed.
Well, that, you're leading to my next question is, I know that you've done studies and planning and different things on the growth, but like growth out by Oakville and the new neighborhoods that are being put in, and that Oakville's already like busting at the seams. Well, what,
Yes, there,
I would say
we'll
with-
present some numbers to you tonight that will show you our current enrollments and so forth.
Okay.
At all of our buildings based on our September 20 count and our classrooms and all that. I will tell you right now, there are not many classrooms in our district based on our principal's report on October 6th that are near the max number the board has set for those grade levels. Okay, does that mean we have some that aren't close? Yeah, we got some, but there are not many classrooms in our district that are at the number set as a max number by the board.
we do have some margin.
And as we'll find out, we had a significant decline in enrollment this year. We will talk about that in just a few minutes. And our long-term projections that we've done out for 10 years project us pretty much to stay flat enrollment wise, even with the development of 1,200 homes. So again, it's all projections. You're going up the information and the data that's collected. And but right now, I will point out that when you look at everything we presented up there, there's not a lot of exciting stuff. I mean, there's not brand new elementary school. I will tell you, our elementaries need some attention right now. There's some playgrounds that need attention. There's classrooms that need attention. And we don't have the capital to do it and do it in a timely manner.
Right.
So it needs to.
Might I say that BJ and your crew, for as old as our buildings are, facilities we've got, your guys can really do a pat on the back, because most schools wouldn't have buildings that would last this long. You guys have done such a good job, even your predecessor has done such a good job keeping the facilities up to date. And David, I know he's here someplace. There he is back there on the IT side of it, keeping all it all up to date. So our guys are doing a great job and gals are doing a great job keeping things up to date. Not having to spend that big capital outlay for schools. And we don't have to do that. We can still maintain what we've got, maybe improve them, get rid of the rotten carpet. Do some things to make them.
Even with less people, so bravo.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And
I'm gonna leave it
go back
with
to,
this
if I
real
made to
quick.
what Greg had talked about earlier. We would be remiss if we didn't have an architect come in and take a look at all of our facilities to find out if we do have electrical issues that we don't know about. Or other plumbing issues, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so when you look at a $45 million bond, $25,000 to have a facility study, which is what it's going to cost you through an architect. Is money well spent.
Just real quick, I'm just gonna give you a snapshot real quick, so I don't run out of time. This is something I was hoping to get put together for every school, kind of. My ratings of it, like, and there are my ratings, so don't look at any of that, but this is campus high school alone. It has rating on, I don't have my rangers on, but the left-hand side's everything. That I like rated, color coded. On the back, just so you know, there's a map of campus, so you can reference it. I tried to get kind of cool and color code this up here. And didn't quite get it done in time. My goal is to do one of these for every building in the district. I just have not had the time to get it done. But if you look at it, like one of those plumbing fixtures, I showed this somebody earlier, they're like, there's 71 plumbing fixtures in that building. Yeah, it's a science building. So it has, look at the gyms. I think there's 133 in one section.
The showers and stuff.
Thank you.
Yes,
So what's the time frame on the bond if we get it?
So we have talked with the bond advisor. And there's different perspectives on when you can do that. I would hate to today to commit to saying, April of 24 or whatever. I would say within the next 18 months. Best case scenario, you would have gone to a bond election and have results within 18 months or less.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, we're starting our grant writing process with Nelson and we already have both sides already drawn up, so we're already starting. We already got a group of about 15 to 20 people, so I just didn't want it to go unwarranted, I guess. And we're in the middle of that, so thank you.
I don't think this is gonna be something that happens overnight. It's gonna take a while to do the studies, to get all the information, from all the buildings, get that together and have the committee look at it. And decide, like Greg says, let's prioritize, because if we only get 20 million, we gotta figure out where those 20 million is going. We just don't go to campus and start there and then go to Ruth Clark and go to the next building. We'll have to prioritize it. So it's not gonna happen. Yeah, 18 months if we're real lucky.
if you have questions on that handout I gave you, call me. I'll explain to you why I did what I did or what I did or what I was thinking.
It's actually very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's your phone number?
I feel hurt, yeah.
Ask a serious question, everybody laughs.
We know he's on speed dial for you.
So one thing I would throw out to the board is. We would ask tonight, we would make a recommendation tonight to the board to move forward with the hiring of an architect. To come in and do a facility study. Last year, we started this process. We interviewed 3 architecture firms. We had 3 bids. They're all very comparable bids. I feel like, to be fair, we would want to open this up again. It's a service and doesn't require board approval, but we don't want to go forward if this is not the direction the board wishes to go. We feel like if we truly want to have a true understanding of what our needs are, this needs to be done. And I will tell you this, I don't think, and anybody on this board, I'm sure would agree with this. You can go to a community and ask for a bond without having done this piece. With an independent person coming in, taking a look and telling us this is what our opinions are. And so our recommendation tonight is to ask the board for the permission to move forward with process to hire an architect, what that process would look like. I'd like to have 2 to 3 board members sit on the committee. BJ, Craig, self, a couple of principals, a couple of teachers, and we would interview architects, have them present, and then make a decision as to who we believe would best fit our needs. and then move forward with that architecture firm in completing the study. We would hope to have that done prior to Christmas. And then they could start that process anytime after Christmas or maybe even before then.
With that being said, this is not saying that we're gonna do this. This is just exploratory to see what it would cost and what that person finds. If we make this motion, the only thing we're approving tonight is hiring an architect. That's it. Bottom line, there's no bond issue at all involved in this. We're just hiring an architect to look at our facilities and say, boy, these guys are doing a good job. You don't need anything, or what have these guys been doing? We need everything. So it's just to hire an architect.
Yeah, but at what price and not to exceed?
Right.
You already said December, an architect, but 5,000, or are we talking about 50,000? How many
I
dollars?
believe it'll cost about 25,000.
We have a budget item that'll cover it.
Yes, well, that would be a capital outlay expense to,
It'd come out of your salary.
I can afford it. Good.
What's the time frame for the architect as well?
So
Is that 6
basically-
months?
Well, no, we can do it much quicker than that. When talking with our bond manager, they advised us that if you ask the company to prioritize it, they could get you something typically in 45 days.
Is there an expedite fee for that?
I don't.
Most architecture companies that we talk, well, the three that we talked with last year, if you end up going with the bond and you go with that company, that fee is then waived and they take it off the cost of your bond. So if you go with it and you decide to hire that firm, traditionally, that's what they have told us is that's removed from your total cost of their doing business moving forward.
Do we want to rush that process, or do we want to be thorough and slow and detailed?
We don't have to rush it, no, but they said it wasn't unusual to have it done in 45 days. That was not something that was unusual, or an unusual request.
Okay.
Our request, it will be to do a complete and thorough evaluation of the capital needs of the district. And then prepare a report they can bring back to the board and share with you as a board. This is what our recommendations are. It's only a recommendation again, and I want to echo what Tom said for anybody listening or those in the audience. We are not asking the community at this point. We're not going to vote at this point for a bond. None of that's been determined. The first step in this process is to find out the need. And that's where we are. We need to find out the need district-wide. And to do that, we need to secure an architect that can come in and look at every facility from top to bottom and understand the long-range needs of our district and determine what those facility needs are.
As part of that process, will the needs be prioritized from the architect as well?
We can most certainly ask that question. Absolutely, Doc.
Of course, their perspective may be different than
Right.
our perspective.
Sure.
But that could be input that was in there. So
But having both, having our perspective and their perspective may be good.
what's the wish of the board?
I make a motion to approve beginning the process to hire an architect to assess our building needs.
I'll second.
You want to put a dollar cap on that?
Not to exceed $25,000.
Second that too.
Okay, I got a motion by Jeremy and a second by Miss Susan to approve.
Before you vote, can I make a statement real quick?
What do you want to say?
Okay.
Okay. Let me finish my thought.
Yep, absolutely.
Now we're, to approve hiring an architect for a maximum amount of $25,000. Any discussion?
I would give the board, you need an alternative. The alternative is to do nothing and try to fix what we have through capital improvement plan, like we do annually through our capital outlay plans. You need to have both options right now. And in my opinion, those are your two options. And obviously you've seen our capital plan. You understand where we are financially there. And so I want to make sure you understand that what if you choose not to go this route, that plan B would be to continue doing what we're doing and try to put a Band-Aid on it as we work through it. So that's, I would want to make sure the board understands that before you vote.
Is there? How bad of a place does this put us in? To put this on hold temporarily? Part of me has a real issue with saying we're gonna spend big chunks of money when we still have yet to finalize negotiations.
This is
But a bit
already.
different, I understand, but the optics of it.
I understand what you're saying and I don't disagree, but when you say put it on hold, what are you talking about, Kelly? What do you think?
I feel like
Put it
at
on
least
hold?
we could finalize negotiations before we.
So maybe spring?
I'm just throwing it out there. That's where my mind is
Fair.
at. So I just feel like, you know, when you're still in a very tumultuous situation where that's concerned, how does that look for us to be? I mean, I realize we still have to make this district function.
Yeah.
We still have to take care of what is, you know, our buildings and our, all of that. I just.
Gotta be a safe building for students and for
Absolutely,
staff.
and
I
I
mean,
get that.
it's a real
It's just,
situation. You're right. You're right.
I
That's
just
tough.
wonder if that's gonna cause any kind of hard feelings, so.
Mr. BJ.
Kinda where I'm
May I
at.
make a comment
Yes.
real quick?
Yeah.
It's my understanding, I guess basically the first step we want to take is interview architects. And then get their price to go forward. I'm gonna throw this out there with, when we put a cap on it. And this is the problem we run into a lot of times in government work, because we have to go with low bid. If we put a price cap on it, we may not get some of the architects we want to come in and look at the projects. So if we're just interviewing them right off the bat, I don't know if we want to put a.
So can we interview with the idea that if you find someone, you bring it back to the board and then we discuss it?
That can always come back to the board and
Does
discuss
that take
it.
care of your issue then? You're just interviewing and
Yeah,
not
I mean,
necessarily
as
hiring?
long as we're not attaching a dollar amount to it at this point, I feel a lot better about it.
doesn't
That we're
cost
not
us anything.
committing to hiring anybody or spending
go.
that dollar.
That gives them the
until we
ability to
know
go out,
exactly where we're at on everything else. I don't know.
gives them the ability to go out and interview without any dollar commitment at this time.
So in essence, we're just stepping back one step.
Well, we're not saying he has to hire anybody. We're saying that the cap is 25,000. If we find somebody and they're 30,000. He doesn't have to hire him. He can come back in November and say, I found this guy that's a lot better than the rest of them. I feel that it's worth the money to have another 5,000.
I'm saying I don't have an issue with us interviewing people. I don't still feel like maybe we should attach any dollars to it until we know more about who we want to hire. Does that make any sense?
So in summation, you're asking Jeremy to
Roll back the dollar. amount.
changes.
I don't know that there needs to
changes.
be any
Change the whole
approval.
verbiage of his.
I don't know that there needs to be any approval to spend any money at this point, correct?
Well, it'd be up to him to decide whether or not he even wants to change his motion. We could still vote on the motion on the table.
Yeah, I mean, there's
So-
a motion on the table, so.
Yeah,
You say it's about $25,000. What are you basing that off of?
Just an estimate.
3 proposals last year and all of them were around 25,000.
Do you think inflation will have affected those numbers?
And I will say this, Kelly, there's no good time to do it. You're exactly right. You spend $25,000. But I will tell you that it's money that can't go to negotiations. It's 25,000 out of
Oh, I
capital outlay.
understand.
I understand the perception of that.
Yep.
But our district does need to progress forward. So,
Just felt like it needed to be at least discussed.
sure. Absolutely.
Any further discussion? Okay, we got a motion on the floor to approve the architect up to a $25,000 expenditure. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. That concludes the special meeting. Thank you, gentlemen.
This will ever be.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, she's.
So I'm.
Do you need one? You know.
We're probably the bottom of this mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then wondering what your signs are.
Thought it was adorable. Get your parents up here too. I love that. I love that. Okay, here's a little baby babes. This nomination. Yes.
Feel like I'm getting invaded there.
You won't, just not here.
And you know, I gotta get out of here before you start this, bro.
Screaming.
Yeah. Call this meeting to order, the Haysville USD 261 Board of Education. First off, the Haysville Middle School Hawk Singers will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're all friends here. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, wait a minute. Parents, you want to come in and take pictures? Come on in.
Yeah, parents, if you wanna. Crowd around.
Come on in, parents, if you want. Come on up. If you want to take pictures.
Smile and have fun.
Come over here, wherever you want to go.
I'm scary. Be scared.
people pay my salary.
I am. And you all know that.
You guys can come in front of us, please. Jump up there.
We're gonna go.
Parent, come on, don't make me do my parent.
Smile and have fun. I hope so.
I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. They say, I will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Oh, we are glory. This is me. This is me, look out, this here I go. And watching until we are done. I'm scared to be seen, I'm in this is me. This is where, this is where, this is me. This is me. Look out, it's here. This is me.
Yeah, we'll get the pictures they need. You guys went to New York this last summer. What'd you think? Pretty good. Thanks, guys. We appreciate you coming to Race Robin Woods.
Right now.
What about that you're on a YouTube channel? I mean. Yes, our board meetings are broadcast on a YouTube channel, so you can watch yourselves. It's a Haysville USD 261 YouTube channel. And for you folks that are out there watching tonight, when's your next concert at the middle school?
No idea.
Thanks, guys. You're down.
You got slow now, and what you gonna tell me? Sir, come on.
Yes, good job.
See? All right, give me rest. That's okay. At least you did your hair. Good job, good job. What kind of name? Good job. Vice President. Showing up. Haven't we? Man with the plan. Thank you. Did you sing a little bit?
I sung and
That's good.
All right, there's one phrase in there everybody needs to be cautious of, and that's look out, here they come, because they are headed your way. Pretty good group of kids, and I look forward to hear them in the December concert. So next thing on the agenda is the president's announcements. Don't we already have somebody elected to do the delegating voting?
Yeah, it's me.
This is, if you want to say anything about the topics that you're gonna be voting on.
Jeremy, it's all yours.
Does anybody want to know what I'm voting on?
Yes. That'd be nice.
Just making sure, the candidate for,
Get me to read it.
yeah, I just got one.
Delegate assembly rules, the president-elect candidate information,
Mm.
and legislative priorities.
So the president-elect is Kevin Cole. He's been on, where is it? He's been on, the Lebec County School Board for 8 years. He's been on the SEK Interlocal 637 School Board, for 8 years. He's been the KASB Region 3 Vice President, for several years. So he's got a lot of experience. Seems like a good candidate. That's about all for him. The legislative goals. Constitutional responsibilities, I don't think it has changed much. They did add that they support repeal or clarifications of the provisions of SB 113. regarding disposition of district property. There's a lot of just little things in here. In order to best serve students, they want local control over expectations of student engagement that exceed education minimums. Support school districts and students engaging in entrepreneurial pursuits for education purposes and not being deemed in competition with privately owned businesses. Section 4, transparency in the legislative process. We oppose the practice of bundling K-12 appropriations with unrelated policies, especially proposals that have not received committee hearing. Grade level retention, support flexibility for school districts to avoid legal penalties if budget documents and hearing notices are not published in a timely manner or contain errors due to factors beyond the district's control. Section 6, they added supporting efforts to create flexibility within CAPERS to enhance the recruitment and retention of school district staff. Individuals with Disabilities Act, they're removing a section supports individuals with disabilities Education Act in a way that maintains a balance between student, family, and the school district in determining appropriate services be provided by KSB. Opposes changes that would unduly increase costs and requirements that do not directly impact educational outcomes. I think and the rest of the changes are unchanged from last year. So that's basically the summation of it.
Do we have that? Yeah, so we all have that in our email. Does it
I'm
only
not
go
sure,
to
but
the delegate?
Seen that, but I would like to.
Can you send
Debbie,
it to
can
Ian?
you forward that?
Yes, please.
Then? Okay. And if anybody has any questions about it, once you read it, let me know. I'd be happy to answer any of them or take into consideration what the board thinks.
Who all
Thanks.
signed up to go to the conference? Just so, that's first weekend in November, so
Mhm.
it's just around the corner. Anything else, Jeremy?
Nope, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I want to read a proclamation. Whereas the public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values, freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping the young Americans with both practical skills and broadened intellectual abilities, schools give them hope for and success to protect a future. And whereas education employees work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism, and whereas schools encourage community, bring together adults and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in an enterprise. Now therefore, I, Tom Gibson, serving as the president of the Haysville USD 261 Board of Education, do hereby proclaim November 13th to the 17th, 2023 as the annual observance of American Education Week. Congratulations. And that's all I have for president's announcements.
Jillian, would you like to cover our 2-6 Wonderful Awards?
Absolutely. We have several nominees for our 2-6 Wonderful Awards, so I have some hopers tonight. I'm going to ask Angie Carricker to come up and Brittany Noel to come up. So I was really excited to be able to write this recommendation letter for you. And I think Jared's coming over here as well. So it is my pleasure tonight to talk to you about the recommendation for Brittany Knoll, who is currently a special education teacher for Haysville Schools. From the day that we interviewed Brittany, her passion for advocating for and teaching students with special needs was evident. Brittany was eager to begin her first year as she knew it was her calling to be a teacher. Brittany has, without a doubt, demonstrated exceptional performance in her first year of teaching in the areas of student achievement assessment, school and community relations, and supervision and direction for paraprofessionals. Brittany achieved success in her first year as a special education teacher in the area of math essentials and math lab, working with over 60 students. By setting high expectations and providing explicit instruction, her students demonstrated significant gains as measured through FastBridge math screening and individual progress reporting. Brittany is a strong advocate for her students, working collaboratively with others to increase their success socially and academically. She communicates frequently with parents, allowing them the ability to participate in their child's educational program. At the end of her first semester, the district asked Brittany to move into a new position to service a special programs classroom. A first-year teacher has an enormous amount of learning, but learning two different positions is even more challenging. Being a team player, Brittany accepted the challenge, setting personal goals to build relationships and provide the best instructional environment for her new students. Brittany was able to mentor the paraeducators within the classroom and create an environment where the students who required such intense support accomplished many victories. Brittany is willing to take on a heavy workload and achieve success with each task she is given. She brings a positive attitude to every situation and has a wonderful sense of humor. Due to her ability to make meaningful relationships, her first-year students often make frequent visits back to her classroom. I believe that Brittany's dedication to the educational field and the students that she teaches, specifically students with disabilities, makes her the perfect candidate for the Horizon Award.
Thank you. And along with Brittany, our second Horizon Award nominee is Mackenzie Farber. Is she here this evening? Okay. We will move on to our Kansas Teacher of the Year nominees. And if I could please have Sheila Fulton come up front. It's my pleasure to read this, or would you like to?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. I'll read. I'd like to read Sheila Fulton's nomination by Shane Seeley, principal at Campus High School. The first thing she said is passion. Sheila continuously seeks out new and novel ideas that will motivate and engage students. Her room is meticulously decorated to teach and reach kids. She added a gumball machine to her class to improve her social contract rating system, improve the efficacy of her launches, and extend her instructional time at the end of the block. Love for students. Sheila cares deeply for her students' well-being and success. She checks in with every student as they enter the classroom and continues that with a brief time allotment for kids to share any positive things happening in their lives. Classes ended with students reading and reflecting on a quote or idea for the day. These activities create a warm and welcoming culture and climate. Communication. In each of the past 3 years, Sheila created videos for each lesson to post on Google Classroom for students who need extra help or are absent. Sitting at her kitchen table at night, she spends hours making her content available for her students. Differentiation. Sheila sets clear behavior and high performance standards for her students. She tailors her methods to diverse learners. She uses several different techniques in class: turn and talk, scavenger hunts, partnering, group, and higher order thinking strategies in class. Empathy. She understands and addresses students' needs. Working with her PLC and content area team, she adapts lessons and activities to reach struggling students while creating enough rigor to meet the needs of advanced learners. Organization. Sheila puts in grades on a daily basis. Most days, students will receive feedback in 3 areas: bell work, classwork, and homework. Students always know exactly where to go to get help, missing work or materials that they might need. One look at the classroom and the organization is apparent. Every student has their own file stored in a file cabinet where they can access feedback on their work. Inspiration. She motivates students to realize their potential. She uses social contract raters in her classes to help motivate students and hold them accountable to each other. Knowledge. Sheila possesses a deep expertise in their subject. Respect. Valuing all students' perspectives and voices. Inclusivity. Sheila exhibits inclusivity by ensuring fairness in grading and interactions and creating a friendly, inviting atmosphere for all students. She is a sponsor of the Campus High School Diversity Club. She values all students' perspectives and voices. Encouragement. Sheila encourages kids to work hard and meet their goals. She is relentless in her approach. Her firm, fair, honest, yet caring work with kids is illustrated by the number of students who write, call, and email her even after they've had her class as a student. High expectations. Sheila sets clear behavior and performance standards for her students. Her content area attributes include mathematical mastery, showing how math is used beyond the classroom, encouraging analytical problem-solving skills, preparing students for standardized math exams, providing access to supplementary math materials, and tailoring guidance for varying math abilities. Sheila Fulton is our K-TOY nominee for the secondary level at USD 261. Congratulations.
We have another Horizon Award nominee. If I could call forward Robin Derbyshire.
K-TOY.
K-12.
I'm sorry. Hey, Tori. Come on up. And I am going to read this nomination, and it was completed by Laura Rogers. Robin exhibits so many attributes of an exemplary teacher. She creates a nurturing family environment in her classroom. She seeks to teach her students not only in the state standards, but in how to be a contributor to our society and better themselves as a person. She maintains high expectations of her students, and her students respect and love her so much, they rise to those expectations. Miss Darby, as the students and staff refer to her, constantly goes above and beyond what is asked of her, creating engaging learning opportunities and connections with her students inside and outside of the classroom. Robin is a positive leader of Rex Elementary and gives generously of her time, serving in several leadership positions over her years. Her energy and bubbly personality is contagious. Robin is a team player and genuinely wants everyone in her school community to succeed. Although she is a gifted teacher, she continues to be reflective, seeking to grow personally and professionally. Robin is 26 wonderful. So that concludes our nominations for Horizon Award winner and Kansas Teacher of the Year. If we could give him another round of applause. We have a few community members here with us too. I'd like to call forward Natalie Lightcap and Mike and Tina Andra. Mike and Tina graciously allowed Oakville Elementary second grade students to perform their Kansas Day program at their beautiful venue at the end of the 22-23 school year. They were very helpful in coordinating times for practice and set up chairs to accommodate the needs of Oakville Elementary students and parents. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful opportunity for our families to view their children in a performing setting.
By Mike. Mike and Tina are also the owners of the Wichita Union Stockyards, where we will be having the barn bash.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you again, folks.
So they have the venue in Haysville, right? Okay, I'd like to call forward Bob Frazier and Kelly Kennedy.
Surfing time.
Come on forward. Mr. Kinney nominated Bob Frazier, so I'm going to read his nomination. It's for Rex Watchdog Program. Bob is the leader in our Watchdogs program at Rex. While Rex Elementary first asked Bob if he would like to participate in the program, he was very skeptical and reluctant, but they were able to talk him into trying it. Kelly Kennedy grew up next door to Bob here in Haysville and felt like he would be great in the Watchdogs program. We would say that Bob likes the program as he has been at Rex 68 times last school year in that role. The Rex students love having him in the building. Watchdog Bob, Papa Bob, Grandpa Bob are just a few names that he answers by. Bob is very helpful in the classrooms and cafeteria, and the teachers love having him in their classrooms as well. When new members join the program, Bob is very helpful and answers questions for them to get comfortable in being a watchdog. Everywhere Bob goes in town, it seems like he's recognized by students who want to come say hello and introduce him to their parents. Bob is a big reason why the Watchdog program has taken off, and he has been very successful at Rex Elementary, and that is the reason we'd like to thank him this evening. Thank you. And that concludes our nominations for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Thanks to all of our nominees, and congratulations for making a difference in our district every day. We greatly appreciate you. We also want to wish our K-Toy and Horizon Award nominees the best of luck as they work through their process. It's exciting. We're excited to have those individuals represent our district. I have a couple of just quick announcements for you tonight. One, we will have a special board meeting on the 13th. As you can recall, it will start at 6 o'clock, and this will be to have a hearing for our open enrollment policy that's required per state law. Then I will present to you that evening our recommended policy, give you a month to review that, and then we'll ask for approval on that in December, and we'll be in compliance with the law for a December 1 or January 1 rollout. Next, just want to remind you that signed up, the KSB conference is November 10th through the 12th, and that's at the Hyatt downtown. So did you have some?
What time for the special meeting?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
6, I'm sorry, yeah. 6.
I just missed it.
That's Monday, the 13th.
The Monday, the 13th, it's the same day as our normal meeting.
Okay.
So we won't have 2 meetings. We'll have, like we did tonight, we'll wrap them all into one evening. KSB conference is November 10th through the 12th. Dr. Norton already mentioned this, but the Barn Bash is November 17th. Doc, you want to give an update on tickets sold? This just blows me away. This is phenomenal.
Don't forget, November 17th, 6 to 9 o'clock. If you have not got tickets, please come get your tickets quickly. You can email me or see Debbie. I'm sure, guess what, Deb? I just offered you up. As of this afternoon, we have sold 190 tickets. And we've got some phenomenal things happening. Mike and Tina have an incredibly cool venue. I always call it a bucking bronco. That's not right. Whatever.
Mechanical Bull.
Thank you. I cannot think of that name. We have a mechanical bull. I'm a city kid. I'm sorry. We have a mechanical bull available to us. We will be playing cow patty bingo, which I'm pretty stoked for. Because anybody who saw Mike and Tina in the parade know that Mike brought his Longhorn steer behind him, and I'm kind of hoping the Longhorns we're gonna play cow patty bingo with. We've got a silent auction, we've got a live auction, we've got a wine raffle, we've got a bourbon raffle, we've got fund a need available. So hopefully we've got something that everybody can help donate with. Wagon Masters are cooking. I know for a fact that we're going to have turkey because Cash Savers has donated some turkey breasts for us. I think we're working through the rest of the menu. Blue Moon will be catering. The Wagon Masters are going to be cooking, and you get to wear your jeans and boots so you can be comfortable. So everybody
Still
come.
trying to get our new barbecue teams.
We're working
there.
on it. We're
Good.
working on it.
Good.
So trying to make that happen.
I made contact with her and she is.
Good. Okay. Things are still happening, folks, because we're 30 days out, but please, please, please come. I think it's going to be an incredibly fun night and a great way that we can get funds together for helping kids who need a little help to participate, like we did with the kids that went to Carnegie Hall, and funding innovation in the classroom, because we really want to turn around and hopefully by the 1st of December have another load of innovation grant applications going out.
November 17th. So hopefully you get a chance to make it that evening. I want to let you know, as a reminder, our December meeting is early. It will be at 5:30, and that's because of the concerts. We're going to get you out of here no more than an hour is what we're going to promise. So we're on record as promising it. All right. Then finally,
Don't vote on that.
Finally, I want to get some guidance from the board. We don't have to make a decision on this tonight. Last year, for our legislative platform and for our interaction with our local elected officials, we invited them all in. For individual tours. I know each one of you or several of you took them on tours. we thought it was a pretty successful process in getting them engaged in the feedback we received. We've got a couple of options. We can do that again this year, or we can invite them to a session where all of them show up and we ask them questions. And I will tell you,
All of them show up?
they're invited. But again, my recommendation to the board based on what happened last year was we invite them individually to come in at their time, their schedule, and we take them on a tour of something within the district, spend as much time as they want. I know some of you helped with that last year. I don't know any feedback you want to add, but I don't have to make a decision tonight, but I would like to get that invitation sent out to them before the holidays. So they can get on their calendar starting second semester, hopefully to come out when they have a session break or when they're back, that they can come and tour somewhere in the district.
You don't want to vote on it.
You don't need to vote. I'm just throwing it out as an idea again, unless you all want to bring them in for a Zoom meeting. And
I think it's better on the one-on-one than.
When we can highlight some new programs, I think.
Well, we've got
That's easier than trying to coordinate all their schedules too, to get one date that fits. This way they can select a date that works for them.
I think it's a little less intimidating too, when it's just them and a board member and a student and a principal, and they're walking around versus answering questions from a group. So
They seem to enjoy it.
yeah, feedback we got was very positive. So unless you all advise differently, that's the route we'll go this year. And if you have thoughts on that or prefer, just let me know before the 1st of November and we'll get that organized otherwise. And that's all that I have.
Thank you, sir. 1-5. I think we got somebody here from the campus high school student council, do we not? Hi there. Imagine that student council with a shirt on that said student council.
Good evening. On behalf of Student Council, I will be presenting 4 main points today. First thing I want to talk about is bonfire. So our bonfire took place on October 4th, homecoming weekend on that Wednesday. This year, we were fortunate enough to be able to light a fire, so we were very excited about that. We were also able to play a potato sack game, which the junior class won. And they were able to win Cody points, which are class of the year award points, where the whole school participates, and the grade level that earns the most Cody points by prom weekend, they get the Friday before prom off. So that was very exciting. We had a great turnout this year, so we're very excited for next year. Second thing on my list is homecoming and the homecoming parade. Our parade took place on October 6th and our dance took place on October 7th. No injuries were reported that I know of at the parade, so that was really good. Our dance was very enjoyable as well, and Stomping Grounds, which we have here tonight, had some awesome sales. They sold our traditional drinks, and then we had like water, pops, and snacks as well.
Do you guys do a class that wins on the float?
Yes, we did. I believe seniors won.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Is that Cody points for your seniors then?
Yes, it is. I will say we also had a pillar competition and juniors won, so I was very excited about that. And for my third main point, I have parent-teacher conferences. Those took place last week on October 16th and 18th. Stuco decided to be more engaged with teachers this year, and so we decided to stay after school on Monday and Wednesday to hand out a few snacks and drinks. So we gave out some water, some pop, some chips, granola bars, and Rice Krispies, and we wanted to make sure our teachers knew that we were there for them, and we appreciated that they wanted to engage with our parents. And the teachers were very grateful, so we had a great turnout with that. And lastly, I have Trick or Treat on Main Street. So this year will be taking place on October 31st, which is next Tuesday, I believe. We plan on being there from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. We plan on being in front of Cash Savers with a table. Last year we had a great turnout. We're estimating around 1,000 kids. So we're needing our Stuco members to collect as many bags of candy as they can. So we're asking like grandparents, people around the community to help out. And we're also looking for volunteers to work the table along with our co-chairs and our head chairs. That is all that I have for you guys tonight. I hope you all have a great evening.
So I have a question.
Yeah, of course.
You've got Cody points for the classes. So what's the standings?
I think juniors are winning. Yes.
Juniors, and you're a junior, right? As president of Stuco?
Yes.
Okay, I see something going on here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Good job, Jeanette. Thank you. Good job.
1-6. Anybody got anything new and good? As she said, nobody got hurt in the parade, so that's good.
Great parent teacher conferences.
Great parent teachers. Good. Anything else?
And
Nope.
or
Okay,
one
we'll
K.
go to 1.6, approve amend agenda. I would like to add under item 9.2. Additional executive session. For the purpose of non-elected personnel.
Make a motion to approve the amended agenda, adding 9.2.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mr. Jeremy, a second by Ms. Jennifer to add 9.2 and approve the agenda. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Very good. 2.0 District Prairie Patron Personnel. Anybody want to speak to us tonight? No? Okay. Consent agenda. I have a couple of questions on 3.4.
Okay.
The barbecue team doesn't talk about their transportation. How are they getting there?
They're taking 2 Suburbans.
So we're supplying the
Yeah,
suburban.
we are supplying, and they're going to Temple, Texas.
Simple Texas.
Temple.
It didn't give a return date on that form. They come back the same day?
No, I don't recall that.
Next day.
Believe it's Sunday. I know the competition there is Saturday and they would return, I believe, Sunday morning.
Good, because would be a long drive to Temple, Texas and back. Okay. Any other further questions? Go ahead.
Comment, you know what I'm gonna say.
I know.
And Gina, I want you to know I say this at every meeting. Thank you to everybody who donates, and in particular, the folks that donate to the angel funds. Yep.
Anything else on the consent agenda? Would entertain a motion.
Can we just do that?
No.
Oh, we did the change. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda. My apologies.
Second. Oh, you have it.
I got a motion by Ms.
See, look,
Jennifer,
she's
second by
side-eyeing
Ms.
you.
Courtney to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. 4.0, Mr. Craig.
Yep, all bills are paid. No abnormal purchasing or anything like that that is out there. We do have what BJ was talking about with buses. Even though we've ordered them, they're not in yet. So that's something that'll come up here at some point, but those would be larger items that'll be coming down the road. But other than that, we're in good shape.
Any other questions on the treasurer's report?
Is it me or my computer try to rotate your information?
Of the document sideways.
Yeah,
I can work on that.
okay, thank you,
I don't upload that, but I can work on it.
thank you.
I'll figure that out.
Do we have an ETA on the buses that are on order or no?
I mean, they ordered them last year.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of when they get here. So
Motion,
Mm-hmm.
I'll move to approve the treasurer's report as presented.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Ms. Susan, second by Ms. Kelly, approving treasurer's report presented. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 5.0, campus stomping grounds.
Oh, you're sorry. That's what happens when you're this little, right?
am I in anybody's way?
I just want to let everyone know that we are very punctual. We were here at 7 a.m. ready for the meeting. Yeah.
Oh, no. It's a long day for you guys. Oh, no.
Anyways, we are some of the stomping grounds managers were missing one. My name is Emily Warris.
I'm Abby Sheeler, Lillian Meyer.
And yeah, we're stomping grounds managers. The stomping grounds started in 2015. Looked like that whenever we first started out. Last year, at the end of the 2023 school year, we updated, painted, and redid our entire shop to make it look pretty. This was our very first staff in 2015, and then this is us now at our training days
in August.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about our year last year. So I am the manager and I'm in charge of finance and ordering, which is a huge headache, but I get it done. I'm basically just gonna talk about all the money we did last year. So our revenue, our largest month last year was September. And as of right now, I think that's our largest month this year too. We made over $9,000 last year. Our total cash that came in was $30,510 and total credit was around the same. So we stayed pretty even. And our total revenue last year was $61,640, which is a pretty good year. Our expenses last year, since we cannot pay our employees, we make sure we have lots of benefits. And we spent over $4,000 last year. We have parties, we go out and we get food. This year we started getting gift cards for birthdays and employee of the month.
That's cool.
Donations, we donate to charities and we do school-based donations where we have punch cards that teachers can give out to students who do great things. Last year in scholarships, we gave out over $14,000. Discounts like teacher discounts and employee discounts was over $4,000. So total expenses last year was $52,702. So this graph, besides the first month, our revenue is always above our expenses, which is of course what you want to happen in a business.
Finance 101.
Yeah.
Taking notes.
I'm head of HR, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do in my department. So this year we started a new thing where we did customer of the week. So we take one customer that we see all the time, and it happens a lot because you really get to learn faces of all students. Like a lot of kids.
Did you get close to the microphone or talk louder?
Oh yeah. So this is our customer of the week. It's something new we've done. And a lot of students, like you learn faces over time because just how often you see them. And we want to recognize our customers for coming out. So we have a couple people up here from different, we have sophomores, seniors, juniors, just like a whole range of kids. And it's just a way to like show them off and kind of like let them know that we appreciate that they come in. Last week, we actually had a teacher and a student. So it's just another way of showing that we really appreciate them. Also, like we mentioned before, we're starting to do more promotions for our employees. So we have up here our past 2 employee of the months, Charlie and London. They've both been doing summer jobs and we gave them gift cards and we let them know. We actually took a Polaroid picture and we hang it up in the shop right now. So we're like, oh, you're always watching over us. But they're always great. And we want to let them know that they're doing such a great job. We also have birthdays because we also recognize that like it's your special day. So we want to make you feel special. So it's just an extra benefit. And we just want to show like, hey, you mean a lot to us and we appreciate that you're doing this without being paid.
Zach looks thrilled.
Yeah, yes. Best picture I found. But yeah, Shayla's not here right now, but.
Like she said, Michaela is not here. She had work tonight. But her manager role is product control and creating new drinks. So last month in September, we had the Lemon Breeze. It was pretty popular among our student population. This month we have 3 new drinks, 2 of which is the Vampire's Blood, and then also a pumpkin chai, which is very popular as well. And then I am operations. This year I have redone our nutrition guideline for our nutrition book for our shop, updating it, making sure it's up, it's all accurate. And then I have also created a cleaning schedule for our shop just to make sure it looks nice and stays healthy and everything. But yeah, that's it. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Yeah.
Yes.
You as a group or with your sponsors, do you do long range planning for like 1 year, 5 years down the road?
We do meet every end of the month trying to discuss on what plans we're doing, and just throughout the month we also discuss them on ourselves. We don't plan as much as far ahead. That's more of a kind of a cleaver thing. We also have our future managers. So those would be the juniors in our groups right now who we train to be our managers next year, because we won't be there, but we can get them some insights and kind of like they can note what they want to change and what they want to do and what roles we've taken and what they can apply later on.
That was my second question. If you have a training plan or succession plan,
Yeah, actually,
which you do.
Yeah, Jeanette, who spoke earlier, in the pink shirt, she's actually going to be one of the future managers. She's in my group. I'm very excited for her. She's a very capable girl, and she's also very excited and always a great person to work in the shop. So another great manager.
So how long can you start working when you're a junior, or can you start when you're even younger?
We have a required by business classes that you need to take beforehand so that we have a pretty good comprehensive idea of like how business would work. And then we do interviews that you have to go through. So it's pretty competitive, and that you could do it your junior year, but it's just, that's the cutoff. And then the other people you've been working with are sophomores. So all of us have worked in the shop when we were juniors, and now this is our second year, and we've kind of had that knowledge and kind of like a reflection of what we did, which is definitely helpful because it's kind of weird seeing other people being the same spot you were last year. And you're like, I know how to help you through. I know what helped me. And yeah. Awesome.
You, or have you received tangible or intangible benefits by being a part of this business or mini business? You want
to?
So we as managers, we see direct profit from the shop. We get scholarships at the end of the year. And then, like we mentioned earlier, the employee benefits, we give that back to them through the holiday parties, gift cards, and all that.
more specific though, you see the things that you've learned working there that you can utilize after you leave Campus High. You see some things?
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking a lot, but every job I've applied to, I've listed that I've on a coffee shop, and that kind of sets me apart from most people. And they're like, oh, and it kind of gets an intrigue, and I can start a conversation like, well, I know how to manage a business, and I know how to talk to other people, and I know how to lead a group. So it really sets me apart, and I know everyone else who put it on their resume. It's like an intrigue, and it's something I can put on my colleges. And like when I go outside of college, it could be like, oh, you've already worked in this, and that's something your school did. We don't hear that much. So yeah.
Good, thank you.
I know when you started, excuse me, I know when you started, the board gave you the money to start up and you were to pay that back as a loan. Has that been accomplished?
Yes, I believe last year, or the year before was our first, 2 years ago was our first year completely debt free.
Good. And
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
being and my background is food service, so I'm asking some food service questions here. Have you gone through a health department inspection?
Yes.
Yes.
We got an audit coming, I think, November 6th. but
Yeah.
We get audited about the same that we come to the board about every 5 years.
Counselor, why don't you get up front and introduce himself,
Sure.
please?
It's student ran, so I thought I'd let them do it, but.
Don't understand, but go ahead.
I'm Zach Cleaver. I'm the head of our business department at campus. In 2015, I stood up here. Well, I didn't stand up here. 3 of my students stood up here and asked you for $50,000 and you gave it to them. And I would say that it's probably, if not the most beneficial business program we have with the bank, it's up there. So I always, Andrew Marsh works for Anheuser-Busch right now. He presented to you guys. He was the lead on this. And whenever he interviewed for Anheuser-Busch, there was, I don't know, 20,000 candidates. And he talked about starting a student coffee shop at his school. And that's what got him that job. And so, and every kid that comes through our program is an amazing kid. I mean, you see Jeanette, you see these girls back here. And so I wish I could say that it's me, but it's all them. So they do a great job. And whenever they say whenever we talk about student ran, I mean, they run it, they make all the decisions. I mean, I'm there to help them when stuff gets tough, but I mean, they figure stuff out on their own. They're amazing. They do a great job of problem solving every day, which I don't know if you're looking at kids that are innovative. I mean, they come up with innovative ideas. We're one of the few businesses, I would say, that was profitable during COVID. I mean, we delivered during COVID. We found a way to do it I think Clint told me you can pay off your loan later. And I said, we'll make our due date. So, and we did. And so you guys invested $50,000 in students and it's paying off mightily for you. So good job. And hopefully you guys keep doing that in the future. Any other questions? I can answer questions, by the way. These kids were 8, like whenever it started. So they don't know any idea. They have no idea what's going on with that. But if you guys have any questions on, I like to present every year, by the way. So, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, our kids do amazing things. I see a lot of you guys. I mean, I feel like I see a lot of you guys because we're one of the stops typically on tours. And we were today for the Kansas Teacher of the Year, which again, these kids give up their time. I pull them out of class. They come out there. They do a great job at pitching our school and our district and making sure that people understand how our board investing in students and teachers and education has benefited us a lot. So, and a lot of you were there for that moment in 2015. So Any questions that I can answer for you, I would be more than willing to.
Well, I've got some more questions for the young ladies there.
Awesome.
She might not want to go very far because one of them's probably going to roll back to you.
Sure.
When you say you've got a health department inspection coming up in November, so now they tell you when they're coming? Right.
I mean, we do the same as the school. So typically what happens is whenever they come to our lunchroom, we're included in that. So
So
I mean,
wait a minute.
yeah.
If you get a demerit, does that count against the school
Yes.
kitchen?
I believe that was what I was
Okay,
told.
that brings up the next question.
Sure.
Are these folks getting any kind of training on how they're supposed to keep things clean?
Yes,
By whom?
by me.
You know, there's a lady sitting in the back of the room back here is an instructor for the Serve Safe program for the state of Kansas. You might want to tap into her just a little bit on this.
Sure. I'm all for collaborative efforts.
You want to raise your hand back here in the back of the room in the dark?
I know, Miss Lee.
Okay.
And just to be clear, whenever we first set up our nutritional guidelines, which we haven't strayed from, we went through our facts department. We collaboratively worked with our facts department and food department to set up those guidelines. So it isn't like we were flying by the seat of our pants. We made sure that we covered our bases, and every audit we have not got a demerit. So I'd say we're doing a pretty good job at that.
Just, I don't want to hurt the school kitchen or something you guys are doing over there.
Me
Be
neither.
careful what we're doing here. The other thing is, you threw numbers up there, but what's your P and L? What's your P and L look like?
Well, we're a non-for-profit, so we have to
Okay,
have a zero balance at the end.
okay, I understand that. But are the kids are learning what their food costs need to be profitable in a business?
Yes.
And ladies, what is that? Okay, that answered that question.
What?
What?
What's your food cost? What percentage of food cost you're selling the product?
Well, we're 100% profit. We don't have any overhead.
You got a cost of goods sold.
We do. So all we have to do is cover our costs, which are minimal.
I understand, but if it's a learning for them, they need to know that their food cost should be at this point and what they're selling, whether they're selling it or not. I understand they're nonprofit. The question was, do they know what they need to be marking their product up to be profitable?
So we make EOUs every year on our products. The problem that we have right now is we typically do that in January because of fluctuation in prices. So it's hard to base stuff off last year. We also really haven't changed our prices. So what they'll do in January, they do monthly projects. And so one of their projects will be to figure out whether our EOUs changed, economics of one unit, and to figure out what the profit, what drinks are more profitable, which we also are in the Square app. And Abby looks at that every month to see what drinks we're making more profit on, what our sales are at, and stuff like that. So also collaborative effort. They don't really handle a lot of our stuff. Our accounting two kids, we collaborate with them, and they actually handle our finances, and they present to our managers to tell us where our money's going. So we're actually involving multiple classes in it. And so like a normal business, we actually have an accounting department. So these guys, why they're managers, they're actually getting information from our accounting department. So why they don't know the EOU right now, they will. And our accounting two kids present that to them through Mr. McDowell's class. Yeah.
Question. Do you, oh, sorry. My apologies. Sorry, I thought you were.
Did I answer your question, Mr. Gibson?
No, as a manager, the manager should know what their cost of goods is and the percentage of profit they're running. If they don't know that, they're not learning what they need to know to go out in the real world. Miss Kelly, you can go to that too. She's in food service as well. If they don't know what their cost of goods are, how do they know what they're pricing the product at? Right now, with the pricing as volatile as it is on things, if we look at that one time a year, you're losing your tail. And it's
Well,
not teaching
just,
them what they need to learn.
Again, just to toss it out there, I know what our EOU costs are. And so whenever we're going over, it's still a class, why it's student ran, they still have stuff to learn. And so we have to build, we can't toss everything at them. They are running a business day to day. And so whenever we do it, it's typically a learning process that goes through. And so if we jumped into EOUs right off the get-go, that's a pretty hard concept to understand. And so what we have to do is they first have to understand the sales that go with it, the ordering that goes with it, which they're learning. We're only in month 3. They've only been at school technically for 9 weeks. These guys have as managers. So why I said it's student ran, I know the finances in the background from it, and I would make sure that we're pricing our products accordingly.
Square keep track of a lot of that for you?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we
like,
use it.
When you are ordering
you're receiving that into Square and that way Square can.
So
offset with-
what we do is we have Abby keeps a track of our expenses. And what we do is give an expense report to our accounting two kids, and then Square gives a revenue report to our accounting two kids. And so they can compare, and it actually gives them kind of a real world experience on, if you run a company, you'd get both from a business. And then they break down the stuff for us and they give a monthly update to our managers on me about it.
So do you cover what they need to have as a markup?
Absolutely.
And what's that percentage?
33% right now is what we're profiting 33%.
If you were in a business, operating in a business by yourself, where would you want to be on profitability? What
I
would the
mean-
cost of goods, what percentage is your cost of goods?
What percent is our cost of goods right now?
No, if you were in a business by yourself, this is Joe's Bar and Grill. Don't care where it is, fictitious company. You're starting a business and you want it to set and be profitable. What percentage would you set your profitability at? How much is your food cost?
I have no idea. I don't know what, like, are you asking me like a hypothetical question about business
Hypothetical
knowledge?
question.
If I may, real quick, I
Sure.
think right now, probably based on the presentation that we've seen, I think Mr. Cleaver can get you that information if that's what you need. But I think based on what I'm hearing the kids say, they're not involved in that yet.
They're not.
They will get that second semester as they gather that information. And we can most certainly get that back and share that. But
Yeah, we build to that.
yeah.
So here's my question.
Sure.
So as we talk about it, and then maybe for the girls to answer, so as we talk about a cashless society that we're moving to,
Yeah.
what's your percentage that you see students not actually paying cash, but they're using Square or Cash App, Venmo? Do you take those apps?
Yes, Cash App is a big one.
Is it big?
It's and whenever Cash App is down, we take a hit. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, why isn't Cash App working?" But they love Cash App and they love Tap to Pay and Apple Pay.
Mm-hmm.
So all like the modern ways kids pay, we adapt to that.
I run a PTO. I run HMS's PTO, and that's what we're seeing is a lot of kids wanting to pay with, card, cash, cashless. And so I wonder what you guys are seeing. Do you have any kind of idea how much that is? Is it 75%? That's all right. I just wondered.
Do you think you'll ever eventually get to where you have your own app? Like where you can load money into your app and pay and do it that way?
So we are teaming up with some of our programming kids and our coding kids. And yeah, and so it's been going really well. Mr. Willig's doing a great job at it. One of the problems we have, honestly, is reliability with it, and the fact that if you have kids paying, we have to meet that need. And we only have a 20-minute lunch period. And so the logistics behind having kids get out of class and for that 20-minute period and not getting out whenever they're not supposed to get out, we already have enough trouble with that, with just being open. So, and kids say they're going to the bathroom and we see them at stomping grounds. And so monitoring an app also just adds that pressure. But Mr. Willig's kids have the mock-up for it because we developed it over COVID. Whenever we thought we might use it there. And so we have a mock-up. We're more looking at the logistics behind it and how we would kind of finance that.
I have a very lighthearted question because that got real.
I would love it.
So I know you guys are primarily coffee based, but are you gonna hop on this whole like dirty soda trend that's out right now?
Question again? Hop on what?
As long as it meets food guidelines.
And I don't know what the
What'd you say,
guidelines are, but
I said, as long as it meets food guidelines, we're always.
look up like dirty soda, dirty pop. There's shops and that's like one of the new drink trends. And I wasn't sure if you guys would hop on it.
Michela's not here. Michela runs our product creation. And one of the best things about high school kids is they have a million ideas all the time. And so, I mean, we've gone through the boba stage and looking at profitability of boba. One of the things, whenever we pitch a new drink, we do cover like, hey, is this going to be profitable? How much is it going to cost us? How much is the drink going to cost us? And we've actually shut down a lot of ideas because we can't make a profit off of it, or it doesn't meet food guidelines or something like that, that we just have to, like a normal business might be able to cover that and we can't. Also storage. We have one fridge. So, I mean, we have a double fridge. That's really the room we have, which is great. It works for day-to-day operations, but I mean,
Can your profits get you a new fridge?
no, we have a new fridge. It's room.
Like another fridge?
Yeah, it's just room.
They need
We
a
don't,
building that.
we don't have enough room, honestly.
Little hut.
Yeah, that would be great. So, but no, we actually purchased a new ice machine a couple years back, and that was a cool purchase. We got Sonic Ice, and that is a game changer for people. So, They do a great job. I mean, one of the things we look at within our non-for-profit is holding over that money and looking at, and Mr. McDowell does a great job with his counting two kids that kind of doing some forensic accounting on, hey, what's the next machine? If this goes down, what are we replacing? And they give my managers a lot of feedback on, hey, you probably need to hold back this amount of money because we're going to have to buy this new machine. We had that happen with our ice machine. And so some proactive accounting, which is really cool.
So you guys follow like Gina's 8 to 3 food guidelines, like that's set by the federal government?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to do. I mean, so we dances and stuff, we're at dances and stuff, we're allowed to do that. So we're allowed to sell like outside if you're not in the 8 to 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, our flavors are sugar free and we have to use skim milk and stuff like that. And I mean, so, and
Dirty soda's probably.
dirty soda's probably not gonna work. I mean, boba, hey, I'll put it this way, boba didn't work. So I mean, if boba doesn't work, I don't know, dirty soda. And I mean, not to preach, but I mean, we can't, I mean, diet soda is okay, but whole milk's not.
Right.
So, I mean, that's the way we're looking at it. And so, I mean, our smoothies have to be 100% pure fruit smoothies. Like we can't, we actually got dinged. We didn't get dinged, but the lady told me pineapple actually has too much sugar content. And even though it's 100% fruit, it actually, but she was like, just, and the people were really nice last audit. I hope they're really nice again because it is a learning curve. But I mean, she said, hey, sell the rest of your pineapple and then don't buy it again. And I was like, okay, cool. So, I mean, we do occasionally that happens, but you know, they know what it is and they look at it and they do a really good job at trying to meet those guidelines for high school kids. And we've been, it is, I mean, hey, I wish we could sell whatever we want.
Yeah.
Because we'd make a lot more money. Like we would. We get a lot of kids that come up there and they go, ugh, sugar free. And you're like, yeah, I know. So, trust me, I know. If I went to a company and if I went to Starbucks and they said it's sugar free, I'd say no, thank you. So, I mean, but it is what it is. Now, teachers, we can sell differently. So just so you know, like we have some teachers that'll bring in oat milk or something like that because they have a deficiency. And so we can make their drinks a little different because they don't fall underneath that student guideline. So occasionally we'll have a teacher bring in oat milk or something like that we can mix up.
So that's called capture your teacher's heart.
That's the name of the game, right?
Ladies, and you did a phenomenal job with your presentation. Mr. Cleaver, you did a great job in answering questions and advocating for your students in the program. Thank you. And should be very proud of what you're all doing.
Good job, guys.
It's
We are proud of them anyway. And yes, they're usually the first stop when you take anybody on the tour.
Yes.
Enrollment numbers.
Hey, I'll get you up.
I always use the white ones. Are those the ones you want?
3 more grow.
Those are my new ones. That's what happens.
okay. So as part of our annual update to the board, want to update you on our September 20 count. This is a process that is done statewide and it's data entered through what's called a principal's building report or superintendent's operational report, SO66. So you have this, I believe, available to you, but numbers on the left are last year's report. The number you want to look at is the bottom that's highlighted in red. 5617.3. That was last year's FTE. Now, what does FTE mean? Full-time equivalent. So if you take those numbers in the far right and then go down to not graded adult, that is our program that we partner with SDAC for students who are at risk of dropout or have dropped out and are coming back to school. So we do get some funding. However, that is a program we outsource to SDAC. Then after that, you will see we have preschool with an IEP and preschool at risk. Those numbers represent 1/2 student is you're funded for every 2 to 1. So basically it's half funded. So you double that number to get the actual students enrolled. But for accounting purposes, we only provide or only paid for half. So our bottom number on the right is 5383.2. So you can see our enrollment based on FTE is down. Let's take a look at this a little deeper. First of all, how much down are we? We are down 234 kids. That's rear ends and seats. is what that equates to, 234 kids. Now, as you look at this chart, if you take kindergarten, last year's kindergarten compared to this year's, that shows a difference of 8 kids. We're down 8 kids. So that first column in red, or first column after 23-24, is the number by grade level of students that were either down or we increased. So anything in black is an increase. 6th grade, 44.6, 9th grade, 50, and our pre-K is up 2. Then as you go to the right, this would be the cohort group. So you take your kindergartners last year who are now first graders. Last year was 333 kindergartners. This year as first graders, there are 334. So we're up 1, that cohort grew 1 student. Go to the next group. Kindergarten or first grade last year was 365. This year we're 353. That class is down 12 kids. So as you look at the far right, that's the class size. So you can see again, our 6th grade grew, our 7th grade grew, and our freshmen grew. One number that sticks out is sophomores, down 116 students. Now, there's several reasons for that in talking with Mr. Seeley in the high school about this. One is students could have moved, obviously, that's one. The other thing is they could be academically credit not at the sophomore level, so they're still considered a freshman. Does that make sense? So academically, they're a freshman. But if they were progressing like they should be a sophomore.
Would that show our freshman number go up? then?
Yes, that would contribute to it. The other thing that you typically see with 6th graders and 9th graders is, this happened a lot when I was in my previous district at a 5th and 6th grade building. You typically got a lot of 6th grade kids move in because in middle school and high school, or in Wichita, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and parents didn't want their kids in that setting, so they would move them to a district where it was 5th or 6th grade. For us, could be kids we've accepted that have come in. It could be the class. When you look at that class size from 5th grade to 6th grade, they jumped 30 kids. So there's a lot of different factors there that can contribute to that. But when you look at the bottom number, we are down 234 kids. Now, to do some easy math, you can take that number times 5,088, and that will give you a decline in funding. How much the decline in funding is. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. This is enrollment by building. So you can see we grew at HHS. Now, one thing that can be different in about HHS is those are more than likely campus high school kids. So they've left campus, they've come to HHS. So you would see an increase there. All other buildings, with the exception of HW, were at in Freeman, were basically 7, 8, 9, 10, 11% a decline. I want to take you back one slide here and have you look at 2023-24 kindergarten class, 325, and look at how many were graduating, 407. So you're bringing in 325 and you're graduating 407, smaller classes. We know that to be true based on birth rates. Birth rates are down nationally. We know that. And for our district, it's about 0.5. Nationwide, it's 0.4. It used to be 0.6. So we're down slightly on that. You would expect that. Now, the next thing we ask is, what about out of district kids? Kids that we take in limited open enrollment and staff students. So last year's limited open enrollment, we took 398 kids. This year we took 351. So you're down 47 kids there. Then if you look at staff, these are staff who live out of our district but bring their kids. We're down 6 kids there. So total out of district enrollment dropped from 543 to 482.
Did we turn any kids away?
Yes, we have turned kids away, absolutely. And typically that's done based on discipline at previous school, attendance at a previous school, grade at a previous school. Could be they applied and they're on an expulsion or suspension. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. Okay, so as you look at all these numbers, there's a lot of things to consider. I'm going to walk you through a couple of them. These are unaudited numbers. We will not have our audit completed until January, February of this year. That's when KSD comes out and looks at it. I will tell you this, those numbers will not increase. They will only go down. You do not gather kids in an audit. They won't give you, if you should have taken and had Angie on the roster, and she's on there, and we didn't count her, they don't go back and give you credit for it. So that number will only drop. Last year, I will tell you, David Herbert and his team, our building principals, Craig's involved in this a little bit, do a phenomenal job on our count. Last year, we lost 2 kids. I will tell you, that is probably the best I've ever seen in the district since I've been paying attention 15 years. They work hard to capture every kid that we can. And we only lost 2 kids in an audit. A typical year from my previous district, 30 to 35. So that is phenomenal, I will tell you. And I have no doubt we captured every kid we could capture with Dave and his team working on that. So that number's not going to go up. Next, weightings. Weightings are what you get for students who are at additional funds. So the base is 5,088. Then you get weightings for special education. You get weightings for kids who are identified as at risk. You get weightings for free and reduced students. So those are all added to your count. While our seat numbers are down, our weightings are up slightly. So what does that mean? From a funding standpoint, it means you're flat. It means you can't expect to get a lot of money next year for growth of kids. Okay. So when your weightings are up, that's a good thing. And I will tell you, in talking with 3 districts that are all districts that are growing very rapidly, they all went down. Not as much as ours, percentage wise, but one in this area and 2 in the Kansas City area that are booming districts all went down, but their weightings went up. So it's very similar to us. Our free and reduced numbers are up this year. Our free numbers are up. So again, more money is tied with those weighted numbers. So we're not at the point yet, because we haven't been audited to know where we will be financially next year. But right now, in talking with several colleagues and understanding this, we presume we are going to be flat in funding. So really not a lot of new money. Based on weightings, we would get about 180,000 right now in new monies. That's about it. Last year, we got 2.6, about 600,000 in LOB and 1.9 in general fund ballpark. Next, we have a declining enrollment. The projections that I gave you this summer after we were early in the fall, after we did our audit and our demographic study showed pretty flat for the next 10 years with dips down. This year we were projected to drop, I believe the number was 25 kids, 24, if I don't remember the exact number, in district kids. That's all they predict is in district, because you control obviously out of district who you take. So next, this you may have seen in the news, but last week, the Attorney General announced that they were going to approach the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to no longer oversee the findings of the Gannon lawsuit. So what does that mean? Well, if they take it to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says we are no longer going to oversee it, then it goes back and legislatures can either choose to fund or not choose to fund the CPI, Consumer Price Index, which is what's built into all new funding. Next year's proposed, and I'll talk about it here in a minute. I think we've got it here. Next year's proposed base is supposed to be $53.88. That's a $300 per student increase. That's significant money, obviously. So that is something that right now we don't know whether the base next year will be 50,000 or 5,088 or 53.88. We don't know, because at this point it's kind of open in the air whether or not the Supreme Court oversees it, and if the legislature decides to fund it at what the Gannon suit basically talked about. So that's in the air. Next is this is one that could really impact our district negatively. It has happened at the end of the last legislative session, if you paid attention, and that is the way you determine your funding number. So right now, the way it's written, you either use your current year's enrollment or the higher of your 2 previous. So for us, last year was our highest of the 3 years. We can use that this year. That will cover our funding this year, while we'll be flat. But at the end of the legislative session, as part of the school finance bill, there was talk and there was a movement towards saying it's either your current year or the previous year. If that happens and you decline 2 years in a row, the math adds up pretty quickly on long-term in your monies that you're going to receive. So this is something really would encourage you to watch this year, and I'll keep you up to date and talk with our legislators about. They're already talking about it. If you watched any of the special education hearings, they're already talking that, you know, and I think one of the representatives said, why are we paying for kids who aren't there? First statement. But right now, when this was done last year, there were districts that were losing multi-millions if they would have implemented this into this current school year. But it was pulled. It was pulled out of the package. So it didn't happen. In talking with Schools for Fair Funding, they believe this is something that will come up again this year and is very real. So we want to continue to watch this. Finally, the current school finance formula sunsets on July 1 of 2027. So with that, thinking out to 2027, you will have a new governor. And at that point, because Laura Kelly will have turned out. And right now, a legislature that has been more conservative in their funding for public education. They funded for the lawsuit, and we want to give them credit for that. They've done that. We appreciate that. But once the school finance formula sunsets, somebody's going to have to create a new one. So these are all factors that weigh in. You know, we look at this year right now, and that's what most people are in. We're in this year right now. We look 3 to 5 years out is what we have to look. And right now, 3 to 5 years out is not real encouraging to me based on these factors up here. So declining enrollment. The good thing is right now our weightings seem to be flat or up just slightly, which is a positive. That is a positive. So those things are things we have to consider as well. So with that, that's just where we are. Again, those are unaudited numbers. So I would point out until we're audited, I don't want to talk funding because we don't know. Right? But I will tell you they're down in with kids in seats, and our weightings are flat or up just slightly. Questions?
What is the maximum capacity at the Haysville High?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
When this number jumped this year, just made me wonder if what that number was.
Jen may be able to say from academic, but again, around 150 seems to be like 160 seems to be the number I've heard since I've been here is.
I was gonna go around 140.
So.
But
I didn't know, I don't know that I ever heard what the capacity was for students.
And I think it's not necessarily as much capacity as this current teaching staff, the availability of current staff. I think we have more room over there. We could make, you know, we could bring in more.
If we had more staff, we could have. more
Yes,
students that
yes.
need-
But right now, based on staffing.
Yeah, okay, thank
I
you.
do believe there's a few rooms open there, but we just don't have the staff to cover it.
Are we
Good
trying to
question.
fill those?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, they're not needed, so we're not trying to fill.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are we doing anything with the rooms? If the rooms are vacant?
Oh, they're not vacant.
Oh, okay, that's what I
We've had kids,
It's
we
not-
could- They're not full.
Okay, I implied or thought that,
Yeah.
okay, we're not
No, we don't
using
have any vacant
3 or 4 classrooms. Okay.
question. Any other questions about enrollment? We'll keep you posted, obviously, on this. Once we complete our audit, we'll let you know. Again, I will tell you that Dave and his team do a phenomenal job and the best I've ever been around in regards to counting kids. And so I feel we've got an accurate count up there. You don't have any other questions? That an update for you on enrollment?
Thank you. Narcan presentation. Miss Beth? I see you back here hiding in the dark.
Hiding right there.
Couldn't take a nap, were you?
Oh,
I don't have an actual presentation just because it's pretty brief. 5 years ago, we started with Narcan at campus, Haysville High in the middle schools. Mr. Hurst approached me this year about how about having it in every building? So we're really fortunate, Dr. Amy Sears, our medical advisor, and she thought that was a great idea. So through DCCA, there's 3 seasons, there's a DCCCA, they have a grant to give free Narcan to community and businesses. So I was able to get that free Narcan for every single building in the district. Training was sent out via video to all staff members, so it is available if needed.
So is there some here next to this
Yeah,
one?
it's like, hello, right?
In fact,
and it
you
has-
can get it for free at your house if you're interested in having it on hand, you know, is that.
Yeah, and it's true, that DCCA site, you can get it for business or personal use. I think it's great that we have it for businesses, but, and schools, but certainly, most students and adults aren't going to overdose at school. So, I mean, of course, would encourage people to have that on hand.
I hate to ask this question. Do we ever have to use those?
We had once where we thought we could have, we didn't have it at the time at the school, but we had one time where, it was, an employee who prescribed medication, but, took a little too much and was, compromised. So, that would have been helpful at that point.
That's a good thing. We haven't. had these, but
Yes.
It's also good that it's there if we need. it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You said employee training it's like giving a shot, right?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's like using a nasal spray, but we want to make sure that staff feel comfortable using it.
Right.
So I sent out a video explaining that Narcan is completely harmless. You can't hurt somebody with it. If they're not overdosing on an opioid, it's not going to have any effect on them whatsoever. People get really nervous giving medication to people they don't know. So it's just reinforcing that you can't hurt anybody with this. If you're in doubt, give it. So it's just a way to make staff feel really safe in using it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that something we have to keep track of? Like if it sits too long and we haven't used it, do we cite
Yeah, that's
that
my
out?
job.
They
So I,
send that out, but they'll send you, like, do they keep track of that or you keep track?
I
of
keep
that?
track of that. So I know the expiration dates, and usually I start ordering 6 to 8 months ahead of time because you just never know the supply.
Right.
But we're really fortunate through DCCA. Mr. Hirsch, I can't remember when you asked me to get the extra Narcan, but I had it within like 2 weeks. So I mean, it was really quick this year. Dr. Suri got back to me within a day or so and said, yeah, I think that's an awesome idea. The video, DCCA had a video that I kind of was able, they let you use it. So I manipulated it a little bit for USD261. So that was really easy to get out. So really the process took maybe 3 weeks, I think.
You
3
had it quick,
weeks.
is all I know.
Yeah, it was really fast. I was really
Believe
fast.
how
I was really
fast you got.
impressed with how fast we got the Narcan, and then the training went out. We got it out to all the buildings, and we did spend a little money like on the cases, so it's clear that it's Narcan that's in there, but really it was minimal cost to the district. So
Just curious because of the size of the facility. You have more than one station at like campus or the middle schools?
we have just one station at each school right now. It's at it's with the AED at the nurse's office. So typically, if there's a crisis in the school, the nurse is going to be the one called to it. So it's available there. It's not locked up, so anybody can grab it. But we do have just one per building at this point. And there are two little nasal syringes in each case, but it's just one case per building.
So if that happens at a basketball game at home,
They can run, I mean, it's available. They can run and get it.
got to find somebody with a key to get in and get it then.
Yeah, that would be true. You would have to have someone with the key.
Thank you.
But you'd have AD and things there.
You might, if you wouldn't mind, I shared in last week in my board memo about your anti-choking
Yes,
device
so-
secured as well. I think that's a real, if you've got a minute.
Yeah, I've
to
got a
share.
minute. I'm absolutely happy to share. So I was really fortunate. LifeVac is a company that sells this anti-choking device. I would have brought it, Mr. Hirsch had I known it, but basically it has a little mask on it with a suction on it. So if somebody is choking, you put this on their face and you pull out. They were offering a free LifeVac device to all schools. So I was able to get 8 of those for free. So ordered a couple more. So at this point, they've come in. I've got some things I'm ordering so we can place them by the AEDs. Training will go out, but within, I'd say 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have those up by AEDs that are campus, and Hazel High will be in the commons because we have an AED there. Otherwise, it'll be the AED by the nurses station. So everybody knows where to find it. Training will go out to staff again. It's a very brief video from the company. It's like 5 minutes. But then that'll be available as well. So if we have somebody choking, I mean, that's going to be something that's available for them.
Is it a different device for an infant?
It has different sized masks. So really
Okay.
the main one will fit probably the majority of adults or children, but it does have a smaller mask in there as well. So we have both.
Do we need one for PAT?
You know, I was thinking about PAT and I was thinking about hemphill, and I didn't want, now as I was sitting here, I thought about that. I'm sure it would support me buying a
Yeah,
couple more, because I
absolutely.
would think PAT, like if kids gonna choke, that's probably where it's gonna happen.
Stick something in there, yeah.
Yeah, so I can definitely add them to the list and get a couple more. They're about $60 a piece. They're not terribly cost prohibitive. But yeah, I'd be open to that, absolutely.
What's the name of the company again?
LifeVac, it's one word, so it's LIFEVAC.
Thank you.
Yeah, good commercials.
Is that something worthwhile to putting in each lunchroom as well? or-
You know, I thought about the lunchrooms, but everybody knows where the AED is by the nurse's office. So I thought they know where the AED is, they know where to go. When you put it in the lunchroom, you know, who's going to track it? Who's going to make sure it's there? I love the lunchroom idea, but I just was, as far as making sure it's available and nothing's happened to it, the nurses do weekly checks on the AEDs that we know that it was available.
I just didn't know, if time is critical. on
Yeah,
something like
and I
that.
totally agree. I mean, that's certainly if something to revisit. I just wanted to make sure that we know where the device was and everybody knows where the AED is, so there wouldn't be any question of where to locate
Well,
it.
that's my point again on the Narcan and even this device. I'm not saying we need 312, but I would think more than one at a large facility, but
I don't disagree with having more. It's just with Narcan, there's a limited supply. It's can I get it? And then if not, do we want to purchase it? And then also I'd love to have more of the life facts, but I mean, that can get kind of cost prohibitive. We're talking, 10, 12 buildings, adding more of those, that can be several $1,000s we're talking about.
I'll talk to Craig for you.
Yeah, I mean, please don't. I think, but I don't disagree that having more than one would be great. I think this is a great place to start.
Yes.
See what usage looks like too.
And I will tell you that when you read this story, I included it in the memo last week about a student who choked on a grate. That is very something that can definitely occur in one of our lunchrooms any day of the week. And I just want to thank Beth for securing the Narcan and for the anti-choking. Those are.
And if you look at the proximity of the lunchroom to the nurse's office, it's really not very far. I mean, most of them are pretty darn close. Middle, it's like maybe 15 feet. So I think that was a good place to put it, just so everybody knows where that AED is.
I'm sure that you've tried to figure it out or understand,
I'm trying to
centrally locate it. There's no perfect scenario.
Right. So, and we're fortunate that at campus in Haysville High, they do have an AED in the commons. So that's a little more convenient, but I thought a lot about the cafeteria, and I just thought, I want to make sure this device is always available and the nurses will be immediately aware if it's gone. So.
Understand.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you for your work, Beth.
Thank you.
All right, 6.0, we have nothing for action tonight.
Nope.
First readings.
So I provided to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, you have nothing to do with them tonight, other than sometime between now and November. The week of the next board meeting, if you would email me if you have any questions about anything. Do what?
The 13th.
The 13th.
Because it's sooner.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, let me know. And one of the things I realized is you do not have, so I will email this to you tonight before we leave. The red copy of what changed in those policies lined out. So let's send that to you so you can lay them side by side or however you want to do it to see the change.
Thank you.
And then next month, we will bring to you the policy on out of district enrollment, which we're required to do by law now. And you won't take action next month. It'll be in December, and then you will not set class sizes until May. So it'll be the first step will be to be introduced to the policy. We've got some recommendations that we want to make as part of the policy. And then you have to have a hearing, which came out in the paper last week. It'll be in the paper this week. And once that hearing is held, then you as a board can vote on the policy to accept it or not, but it has to be done in place by January 1.
Just a lot of changes, because you obviously saw the red.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot to it. Yeah.
And
Oh, you mean the ones that I gave you or the ones, the enrollment?
no, the ones that you gave, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of red.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot of red.
in like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But again, if you have any input or advice, you'll provide that on.
Absolutely,
the
yes.
side also. Okay.
Mhm. Yep.
Suggestions. Okay.
All
That's
right.
all I have on that one.
Thank you, sir. Good bedtime reading.
Yes, it is.
Homework.
If you can understand it, because I couldn't understand out all the abbreviations were for. 7.2, Assistant Director for Food Service. Ms.
Okay.
Lee,
Everybody
Ms.
stands.
Messias, Mr. Ryan, all the above.
I'll leave that. Thank you.
Okay,
So
yes.
we are bringing a proposal to you for an assistant director for food service, and I believe the job description was included in your board packet. And Gina can answer any questions you may have. Our goal, as you can see on the job description, is bachelor degree preferred, but we don't know what type of candidates we're going to get. So we have some options. If it's a candidate that the best candidate does not have a degree, they would go on our classified salary schedule at level 6, which is the highest level. And then if they do have a degree, then their salary would be based on education and experience. And we do not intend to exceed $60,000 for that salary. Do you guys have any questions about the job description? And then we can turn it over to Craig for questions about money.
You say here that the assistant director must have knowledge of the director's job description. What is the main difference between the director and the assistant director? I mean, is there something major that
Well, as an assistant director, you don't hold the responsibility as much as the director would. But one of the things as an assistant director, you're going to have to be trained in all the schools. And most of the assistant directors, until you start, would ever be able to do that. So it's going to be a long process to become a director. And ultimately, at some point in time, that person, I would assume, would be my replacement.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was a wide expanse of difference between assistant director and director. I know there is experience and so on and so forth, but it says you must have knowledge of the director's job description. So I'm just curious.
That way, when I'm not here,
Yeah.
if I'm on vacation or something, that person can step in and fill my shoes.
You know, one of the things you might talk about, and the reason we looked at this is based on the reports that you're now responsible for completing that have been turned over to you from DCF and other reports, because that is one of the driving factors.
Yes. I have a lot more reports, and I deal with a lot more agencies than I used to. So as we speak, we continue to get more reports to do. We're getting looped in with DCF quite frequently. And that does require a great deal of time, a lot of time. And we have just submitted a report last week, well, a couple of weeks ago, actually, for half the students in Haysville that are on the DCF program so that they will qualify for some other benefits. If that report is not calculated correctly by DCF, then Haysville School District Food Service Department will be ultimately responsible for handling that.
Just out of curiosity, they are online.
They are online, but you have to have a porthole and they have to have a security clearance. And they also have to be issued numbers.
Right.
And it's a very lengthy process. We had to do it for COVID. We did it 3 or 4 times during the COVID pandemic. So that's ultimately how it looped back around to us again.
Is there is there a pool of candidates that out there?
We have not opened this position yet, so.
Well, I know, but is that not like a mechanical engineer, but we're going to have anybody that might apply for it?
I would hope so.
Yeah, but is it, I guess I'll ask bluntly, is it like special ed teachers, hard to fill, math teachers? Is this position going to be hard to fill?
I wouldn't anticipate that it would be as hard to fill as some of our teaching positions, but I honestly do not know until we open it what our candidate pool will look like.
Greg, one thing I will tell you, and Gina could provide more insight on this, as I recall, to be a food director or a nutrition director in a 6A district requires a degree.
Yes.
You can't take somebody who doesn't have a college degree and put them into that position by regulation. So if we hire somebody who doesn't have a degree, that person obviously is not going to be in line to be a director. But one of the things I will tell you is Gina does a phenomenal job and is not going to be here forever. And we need somebody who understands the day-to-day operations of that department. And the increase in workload based on reports that are being put on them now. Even 3 years I've been here has increased significantly.
It has.
And I will tell you that as far as applicants, well, I'm sure we'll have some internal that are interested in it. May or may not have a degree. If they don't have a degree, obviously, that they were interested in becoming a director, they would have to go back and get a degree. We hire somebody from the outside that has a degree in that area as somebody who could be considered for the.
Would that be
director
the
position.
requirement if we hire you without a degree that you're required then to go back and?
It's a lengthy requirement to do that job, so. That's why I
The
was
job
asking.
is pretty lengthy. My
Right,
job
right.
is pretty lengthy. So if we put down all of what was required, that would be pages, not a page or 2.
Thank you.
I think the only concern I have is if you're training a replacement that can't actually replace you.
I'm sorry?
And the only problem I would have is if you're training a replacement that can't actually replace you. That's somewhat, I mean, like, I want you to stay forever. I don't care what her says.
Me too.
But, if they don't have a degree and therefore they're not able to move into the position that you would hold.
I think our goal would be to hire someone that does have a degree that
Sure.
Gina could train to do that job, but we just don't know if we're going to have those candidates
Right.
until we open the position.
But you can't require that as if you get it to go back.
Correct. We
That's
can't
just
we
an
can't
HR.
require that.
Can't
If they
require it.
choose to do it, that would be great if they chose to go back and get that degree while they were working under Gina.
Well, if they don't, then I need to talk to them about French fries because I promised a kid.
I do want to let Craig answer how we're going to fund this position.
Sure. And just to clarify, because it's come up a couple times, the different buckets of money that we utilize. In this case, this is food service. And we've talked about this previously. Gina does an outstanding job with all of her money and how she spends it and all of that. She has about $3.4 million in her food service fund that we have to use on food service. So it has to be used on food service staff or food service equipment or things like that. We can't go outside of food service to pay for other things with that money. So we absolutely have the money to be able to hire this position in whichever direction that position, if they have a degree or not a degree or whatever that is. But that's where that money would come from for this position. Any questions on that part of it?
What's your projected hopeful timeline to make this happen?
As soon as it's approved, we would open the position and Gina could start interviewing as soon as applicants come in, and we interview until we find a quality candidate.
Salary range again.
If they are a non-degree candidate, they would be on the classified salary schedule at level 6, which is $20.15 an hour. And if they do have a degree, we would pay them based on education and experience in the field.
But the max.
The max that we are anticipating is $60,000.
So this is an hourly job then?
It could be if it is a classified employee that takes this position.
Will this follow the same cross-functional or will that just stay within food service to make the decision?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Will this be the same kind of cross-functional when we look at heads of departments that we would have like a cross-functional team that would, or will it just stay within food service? She'll put together a cross-functional team that's maybe different food service employees.
I would
Yes, we
anticipate
would
this.
put together a committee
Okay.
like we've done with other leadership positions and would ask more than likely have a board member on there like we've done in the past.
Okay.
And have food service staff on there, have a principal on there potentially, and Gina, Jillian, and Craig more than likely be on there. So that we can a lot of eyes on it.
Any other questions you guys have for any of us?
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina.
All right, 8.0, future agenda items.
We've got, Mr. Ryan, depending on ASA in November. Proposal, Mayhem in November, and we'll do that one.
We did right now. We might have one, but
Okay.
we'll see.
And, the invitation for the legislators for, the December meeting. Out of district enrollment, November and December meetings. K-5 principals, the impact they've had, that the new assistant principals have had. That's January and May, and school-based health planning. And then, an audit report, and we don't know when that's going to be.
So we won't have the audit report in October?
We haven't received it yet. We haven't received it yet. November.
All right, yeah, November. Some board calendar? Got it all? Done deal? All right. We need to have an executive session for negotiation matters relating to employer negotiations, whether or not in consultation with the representative or representatives of the body or agency. Whatever that means. They include Mr. Jeff, Miss Jillian, and Mr. Craig for 45 minutes after we take a break, and we'll start this at 8:45.
Second.
The motion and a second to start an executive session. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
I like how we're running. There goes Jen.
She's been getting out of her seat.
Do it again.
No, thanks.
What? We are back to executive session and want to extend it for 10 more minutes as a motion.
Second.
A motion and a second to extend the executive session for 10 minutes. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you.
heard Bane.
Yeah.
All
right.
Why am I not?
I was it.
Three of us? Yeah.
Yeah, he's turning it on.
Go ahead and turn it on, is it on?
I think David's turning on it on.
Jill, you guys.
Good? Okay.
Stick around.
All
Thank
right,
you,
we're
good job.
back from executive session. We would like to go to another executive session to discuss non-elected personnel. To be 10 minutes, and we'll invite Mr. Hirsch in partway through. As a motion. Seconded by Courtney. All in favor? Opposed? The intent. We'll go too far.
You guys, have a good evening.
Have a good couple weeks.
Debbie, thank you for ordering dinner.
It's cold in the office and then it's like cold out here.
Well, this was turned all the way.
To
It's our time.
Poor guy has a
You ready?
Yep.
We have returned from executive sessions, both of them. No binding decisions were made in either one. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for food, Debbie.